Good evening. I would like to call to order the first meeting of the Planning Board for fiscal year 2019. We have a full board tonight, which was a little bit of a challenge for the month of July. I'm Cheryl Tagayas, the chair, and I'll ask the other members to introduce themselves.
Penny Swenson, member.
Richard Beeler, member.
April Lamoureux, member.
Julia Getman, clerk.
Laura Master, Assistant Town Planner.
Brian Furs, member.
Okay, great. The administrative items on our agenda, so item 2, will be our next meeting dates, which are August 23rd and September 13th. Next item, any questions or concerns about those dates? Okay, great. Next item is approval of the minutes. I'll admit that I was late in reviewing the minutes, and I sent edits to each one of them to Julia this afternoon. So I'd like to make a suggestion that we defer those minutes to our August meeting, so everyone has a chance to review the edits. Everyone agree?
Agreed.
Okay, great. Zoning and process, I don't believe we'll have time for process at this meeting, but we will be talking about zoning further down in the agenda. So that brings us to the third item on the agenda, citizens speak. Are there folks here who would like to speak to something other than what's on the agenda tonight? Yes, please come forward.
I'm not sure in what manner it's on the agenda.
Okay, have a seat and then we can see.
Okay.
Introduce yourself and where you live, please.
Me again. Jane Bonus, 3 Columbia Park. I would like to speak about the Knights of Columbus project and just make some comments about the last meeting and that. So I know it is on the agenda for later. I'm not sure the distinctions between what can be talked about here, what can be talked about there, et cetera.
Okay, so the reason you can stay here. The reason I asked is because there will be some presentation on some items. So if you wanted to hear the presentations before making comments, we'd give you that opportunity. But there will not be presentations. There'll just be discussion on the Brook Road. So if you want to go ahead now and give us your comments, that would be fine.
Okay. Yeah, so, all right, reorient myself. I did not stand up at the Tucker School meeting. I obviously have been here before and decided that at that meeting I was going to leave some space for the other 100 or so people who showed up because clearly they wanted to be a part of the discussion. Later on, I kind of regretted that decision, however, because I got some feedback about, how things were perceived, et cetera. And I thought, oh my God, that's not at all my read from what I heard tonight. And I wish still that I had just gotten up and said, okay, everybody, like, show of hands, who would like this property to stay the same, remain unaddressed, and who would like it to be different? So I think that would have been a very distinct, what do you want to call it, thing to do, anyway. I understand there was controversy about what should go there and why, green space, condos, where are things going to go, traffic, I see all of those things. I know the traffic is, put the Statue of Liberty there. Like, let's take all of that off the table and just say, okay, we need to talk about the possibilities, and this is something that's important to our neighborhood. I won't go into this all right now. Maybe I'll save it for the next meeting, but I've sort of been talking around to people in different sides of town. I've heard some things that have been not necessarily great about our neighborhood, our side of town. I think it's something that's a little more pervasive than I ever thought, and I don't want that and those kind of things to be affecting decisions that are made about where I and a lot of other people live. So I just really wanted to call to attention the last meeting and the amazing attendance and the fact that, awesome that like everybody is here, but that was extraordinary, and I think it's for a reason. So,
May I ask you a question before
Yes,
you
you
go?
may.
Would you be supportive of the planning board taking next steps to do further study and further work on the possibility of an overlay for those properties?
very much so.
Okay, and you're welcome to stay until we talk about it later, or you're welcome to watch that discussion from home too.
Yep.
Whatever you prefer, because our agenda is long and we will be getting to that later in the agenda.
Yep.
Okay.
I expect it's probably down the road. Okay,
Anybody else have any questions for, I'm sorry,
Jane.
Jane? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another person for citizen speak, I saw a hand. Yes, please come forward. Again, just introduce yourself, your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Gail Trachtenberg. I live at 7 Columbia Park. I am also here to talk about the overlay for the Brook Blue Hill intersection. Specifically about the 5-9 property and the development on that property, as Jane was just talking about. The first time I came to this conversation was at the Tucker School meeting. I was a little late, but I have done my research since. I think what I understand the overlay to be is an increase in density, or an increase in well, actually, I'm not 100% sure what the specific aspects of the overlay are, but to reiterate what Jane just said, I think that development of that property is necessary, and I think that most of the properties in that immediate area are non-conforming in one way or another. So to formalize the non-conforming aspects of this particular group of sites, I think would be beneficial. I do see that area as a potential gateway. It is the first thing that people see when they come off of Blue Hill Parkway, entering into Milton from that edge, and right now they don't see very much but an abandoned house and an abandoned property. So I would definitely support moving forward on allowing the changes to the zoning, or I think it's RC, that is the problem, and allowing for a more dense building on that particular property, the 5-9 Thatcher, I think is what I have it as. I just want to say that I come at this not only as a resident, a neighbor, but I am also an architect and a planner. So I have a lot of understanding of what could be possible on that site, and I think that moving in a positive direction and quickly to help a developer realize redevelopment on that site would be a good thing. To back up just a minute and say that I think this group is taking that particular property, the 5-9 property, as somewhat separate of an overlay to the rest of the corner as a commercial zone or mixed use. I would add my personal belief that really the entire corner should be considered in mixed use, and that potentially allowing or making some kind of a handshake between the developer and the town in order to get the overlay, allowing him to get 6 units, or the developer to get 6 units on that site, to push commercial right on the corner of that site, so that you could push the entire site in more of a mixed-use kind of fashion. There's only a couple of examples in Milton that I find that's even possible to cite. I think that Milton lacks small commercial enterprises or locations in its entirety, so I think this particular site has already got commercial on it, and I think it could be enhanced with a mixed-use development, particularly on that site and on that corner. That's the problem I had at the Tucker meeting. I was a lot more nervous then than I am now. So again, I'll just reiterate, I think that commercial right along that corner helping the developer realize a development on that site sooner than later would be a benefit. And I think there's a win-win by pushing the overlay to allow for more of a coherence on the commercial aspect of that corner could allow, as it makes a gateway entrance to Brook and to the rest of the character that occurs past that intersection down and through Milton. I think I covered it all.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your input. Okay, on new business, we have an item that we don't think will take very long, and we have a representative here from Pulte, so we'll take that item next. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Reed Blute, and I work for Pulte Homes. And the reason I'm here tonight, so first of all, let me thank you for making the time to talk with me tonight. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I don't, if there are questions, I don't want anyone to get the impression that, you know, I'm not willing to do my best to answer any and all of them. Quick recap. The board previously approved a special permit for Milton Woods, which my company closed on in February of this year and purchased the property. And since then, we've been working diligently to commence with the development there to get things rolling. If anyone has driven by, you may notice we have our road is in binder pavement level. So, we can actually drive all the way up to the end now, the cul-de-sac from the Unquity Road end. It's still under construction, so we don't allow the public in yet, but we are progressing. Most of the clearing is done. Most of the blasting has been completed. I'm working on the drainage. The sewer and water is pretty much all in to the lots, and we're doing the dry utilities right now, electric, gas, things like that. So it's been about 6 months since we did close, and during that time, one of my tasks has been to follow up on the affordable unit requirement. So in the special permit, which everyone worked very hard to craft back during, at the end of last year, excuse me. There's a section here on the affordable housing. So 2 units of affordable housing are required for Milton Woods. And there's some very specific requirements which are captured within the special permit, about 3 pages of requirements. So I'm pretty clear on what the requirements are. And what I've been doing is tracking the available homes in Milton that would meet these requirements. So our goal, there are a number of alternatives in here. And just for clarification, the alternative that we've chosen, excuse me, to go forward on is the off-site location of 2 affordable units in right now we're targeting a 2-family home, so a duplex. And currently the goal is to purchase an existing duplex and then remodel it as necessary and then offer it as 2 affordable units for home ownership for 2 affordable families. The affordability criteria is pretty clear in the special permit. The regulatory agreement is called out, the documentation with DHCD, the deed rider, affordability restriction, all of that is pretty clear. The main reason that I wanted to check with the board here tonight is I guess a clarification and to make sure that I'm going in the right direction, a clarification on what the board is requiring for its approval. So there's one sentence in here, and I'll just, if you allow me to, I'll read it. It says, section 12, it's page 11, item III, developing 2 affordable off-site units in a manner and a location to be approved by the planning board after submission of all appropriate documentation to the board, including detailed construction plans and documents ensuring affordability. So the situation that I find myself in is is that in order to purchase a home, I have to act pretty quickly. And my question really to the board is, how much documentation and information in advance of purchasing the property is the board really expecting from me for the so-called approval that's mentioned here in the special permit? What I can do is I've tracked probably 12 properties that have come on and off the market in the last 6 months. I think there's one that's on the market today. There's one from 2 weeks ago I made an offer on. It wasn't successful, and I've made offers on 2 others. But that's really what my question comes down to, is a timing question, timing being of the essence. So in order for me to be able to purchase a property that would meet the remainder of the criteria in the special permit requirements, I'm not sure I'm going to have enough time to book time here for the board tonight, and to come in and I guess show you, really what the property is. I mean, at this point in time, you don't get a lot from an MLS sheet, but, you get an address, you get some interior photos and square footage and things like that. But one thing that I have noticed after looking at a dozen or so homes is they're all very similar. So I guess my question is really that. What type of information, and can I submit, perhaps there's a different way of asking, can I submit like example information of 2 or 3 types of properties? And, again, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a comment in here about detailed construction plans. Well, probably not going to have detailed construction plans on a home built in the 1920s. If it were a new home, which this does allow us to do, then that makes sense, detailed construction plans. We would have those. But again, on an existing home, we really wouldn't have that. Could have a layout, a little floor plan sketch, kind of a concept plan, dining room, living room here with something like that you'd see in an MLS sheet. And the second thing is the documents ensuring affordability. The documents ensuring affordability really can't be filled out and completed until after the home is identified and it starts to go through the DHCD process. Now, there's forms that it's kind of a fill in the blank. Those could be submitted now, but the actual completion of the documents, that really wouldn't happen until later on. So I'm just asking for a little guidance from the board.
Let me see if I can parse this a little bit. So, if you're talking about a 2-family home in Milton that you're going to buy to convert into affordable housing for ownership, most likely it's rental property today, because otherwise it's already been condoed. You'd have to find you'd be buying 2 condos, correct? So you're looking to do a rental to ownership conversion in Milton.
Yeah, some of them have, families.
Yep, understood. So, so the detailed construction documents very likely are just to show that you've properly created the condo separation that's required and created the proper condo documents and whatnot to make the transition proper. The state really governs the documentation, so that's really something that I think we're looking to make sure it gets done correctly, but I don't think it needs to be done prior to purchase. So what you're really asking, I think, is, do you care where the house is and what it looks like and how big it is? Is that the gist of what you're asking?
Well, yes. Yes, I'm asking really, what does the board expect from this sentence in here? And that's another way of putting it.
Can you read the sentence again as to what we're
Sure.
approving?
Let's see, there was a So the applicant is allowed by this special permit to satisfy this requirement, meaning the affordable housing requirement, by either, and it lists several options, and the one I've chosen is item 3, by developing 2 affordable units off-site in a manner and in a location to be approved by the planning board, after submission of all appropriate documentation to the board, including detailed construction plans and documents ensuring affordability. So it's that last phrase that sort of, it's timing. It just complicates the timing. Because I won't have that information until after the transactions, at least the purchase is complete and the documentation is, and the documentation is quite clear what's needed, but the timing is my challenge right now. And I didn't want to, go off on my own without some guidance from the board to make sure there's no misunderstanding on what we're proposing to do and how. But it's really a timing of providing that documentation. So I
Brian?
guess,
So it seems to me that we need to figure out, I think the documentation and the construction plans could probably be pretty safely done after purchase without a lot of risk, I would guess, provided that you know what we were expecting for purchase. So it sounds like we have to sort of get a consensus about what it is that we'd be expecting from affordable units if they're not going to be delivered on site, correct?
Right, so I think when we've had discussions about, I think not just this property, but I think Carberry, if there was an opportunity to have affordable units off-site, that we wanted the opportunity to review where they would be and what kind of units they would be. So I think that's why that provision is in there. And I would say that one of the things would be, what size are the units and how affordable does that make them? And, so I would think that location, size, one of the things I would say about a two-family is that generally they are more affordable properties in town. So for someone who's even renting, we're losing a lot of our two-families to condos, our rental two-families. So I personally believe that affordable condos here is a better outcome than losing affordability completely on a site like that. So when Bill called me about this as an agenda item, as an opportunity, I thought it was something that we should talk about because these are the type of properties I think that are on the market quite a bit right now in Milton. So what do other members think about satisfying the affordable units with the purchase of a two-family? Yes.
can I say one more thing
Sure.
just before we hear from the other members? Perhaps in my haste to get right to the point, I may have skipped over some things. So there, in the special permit, it does list some criteria, all right? So it says a minimum of 2 bedrooms, kitchen, dining room, living room, 1 bathroom, 1,250 square feet, and a 15-year lifespan on the roof. So those things are already called out as far as, some of the requirements of what needs to be done. So you all have done that already
Right.
in the
So-
special permit.
So are those units of that size then? Would the 2 units be?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I think, and again, I'd be happy to provide the board, post-meeting with listing with an example of what I've been looking at. But essentially, the homes are very similar. They're all in East Milton. They're on 5,000 square foot lots. You've probably driven by them all. So similar homes a number of times. And they were built in the early 1900s, 1920s, 1930s, and I find them all very similar. But they do, they meet the criteria as far as the building and the requirements are concerned. It's just that the timing, as I say, is one where it would be hard for me to actually, without actually purchasing the unit. And I don't want to go to that step and somehow find out, oh gee, this isn't what we had in mind, Reed. But
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
that was all I wanted to add.
April?
So assuming the units meet the criteria, I think this has probably already been decided, what types of units we're looking for. And personally, I don't really care what the address is, as long as it meets the requirements. And I would be happy to defer to the chair or to Lauren to decide whether they're approved or not approved, just to move the process along.
Okay. Denny?
Was there any consideration to rates, or is that something that the state determines? To
State.
The state
so
determines.
we don't need to
Yeah.
deal with that, okay.
Anything else, Denny?
No, I think I'm on the same page as April.
And Rich?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay.
And I agree with April. Now that that last piece did it for me. That was the missing piece I was
Yeah.
trying to get to. So once you've established that there's criteria there, I'm not going to specify a location in Milton where they need to be.
There's actually more criteria than that that talks about the affordability. It talks about,
Yeah, of course.
there's a Milton preference for folks. It's,
But I think that
80%
gets you to the
affordability. Right, it needs to meet the state housing criteria for the
but that gets you to the criteria of the
subsidized
building and
housing
the
list, so they
architecture.
count, towards Milton subsidized
I
housing.
mean, I'd like it to
All
be
of-
red.
All of that is captured in here
Yeah.
already.
Denny has another question?
I came in after the permitting, I think, was completed or nearly completed, and so I understand that the Great Wooded Lot was to be left for the poor of Milton, and then, so is that still the case? Like, what, or is this happening in lieu of that, or is this happening in addition to that?
Well, I'm not sure what, can you say that sentence
Yeah, so the
again?
Great Wooded Lot was left for the poor of Milton.
Okay,
My notes say there was some question over the Stoughton funds for affordable housing, as those two might be two different constituencies. I remember there was some discussion, this was a long time back, but
Yeah, I think, to jump in if I misspeak, but I think that the Great Wooded Lot, parentheses, was the 34-acre town farm property prior to its subdivision and sale of 30 of the 34 acres to Pulte Homes. And then the 4-acre parcel is still owned by the trustees with some buildings on it and the animal shelter and such. And what I'm talking about is really not that. What I'm talking about is a requirement within the special permit that guides the subdivision and the development of the 34-acre parcel that Pulte purchased into the Milton Woods residential community of 23 lots, 23 future homes. So I think we're kind of talking about two different things.
okay, so those 4 acres are separate,
That's separate, it's still owned by the town.
so that's, okay.
Yeah, to be clear, when the special permit, we did leave flexibility for how they could meet the affordable requirements in the special permit.
Okay.
And, yes, Rich?
I just had one question. So I agree with all the statements, and I wasn't here during that time, so it sounds like it makes sense. The only question I have is that statement that's in there, is that normally put in these documents? Because I'd imagine if we put it in, somebody thought it could be done, and it sounds like it can't be done, which is why I'm kind of on the same page. Is
Yeah.
it just an oversight on the way it was written?
I think that the real estate market continues to be really strong, and so these properties aren't staying on the market very long. But I think you're right. It probably didn't necessarily contemplate the purchase as much as it did the actual building on the property, it sounds like. What we put in there probably was more contemplative of them building on site. But we gave an opportunity to go off site. But we didn't make the distinction between if you go off-site, you need to provide these documents, and if you build on-site, you need to provide these documents, because they really are kind of a little bit different. Yeah,
My comment is just that it didn't seem that it was even possible to
To
get
do,
those done.
yeah.
It
So
was-
I think just to give a little clarity, I think there was a process problem where the selectmen had retained the ownership of the 4 extra acres and had not yet decided
Okay.
whether or not they would allow for affordable housing to be constructed there or what was going to go there. And we had to move the project forward, so we
Right.
gave them multiple options
Okay, makes sense.
so they could explore. And I don't think the selectmen still have made a decision on the 4 acres. I don't know. Other people may know, but so that's why it was a little
Yep.
different.
okay, so do we have a consensus?
Yes.
Do you
So,
understand the consensus?
are you looking for an actual vote, or are you just looking for general support?
I think just general clarity, I mean, so
Okay.
just, if I may, take it one more minute, just to restate my understanding. So, my understanding is that so long as I comply with the requirements in the special permit for the size and the square footage and all the other criteria in here. The specific, the board does not have any objection to the location being, in somewhere in Milton, and it being, two-family home, and you're not expecting me to come in advance with the construction documents and the documents ensuring affordability prior to moving ahead with the purchase and the remodeling and the condominiumization of the property.
Well, it would make sense that you wouldn't prepare all of those for a property you don't own yet, right? So it seems logical that once you own it, given the competitive market, that you could then come back into us with the more detailed plans. And if you had further question, I think as you get closer to purchasing a property, reaching out to the planning director or assistant planner, I think is fine. And if they think they want to bring it to us, they can do so.
Sure.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Reed, can we go drive up and see
Oh, I was going to ask that too.
see the road? I've been tempted to do so, but I didn't want to
I
violate.
tried to go last night, but I was going to have to bash through your golf cart.
Yeah.
One could walk up there because it's blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To keep the vehicles out.
Yeah, exactly.
So one could walk up the road after hours, after construction hours. I think they knock off at 3 or 3:30.
So you would permit the planning board to do that if we
Yes,
wanted
if
to,
you-
as
if you
individuals?
want- If you want something more formal.
No,
we
no,
can
no, I don't.
arrange,
I just was curious.
We can arrange something, but if you just are asked for permission to go up there on your own when the machinery isn't working, yes, you have that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
At your own risk.
Yep.
It's a construction site, lots of dangerous things, holes, rocks, don't hurt yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
But yes, certainly. If you have any
Okay.
questions, please feel free to reach out to me.
Great. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, so there are several other new business items that I would like to move to later on the agenda. We have Mr. Prondak here who has another commitment at 8:15, he believes, with the Board of Appeal. So I'd like to have Mr. Prondak come forward and have him discuss the 4 zoning articles that he would like for us to consider.
Good evening. Joe Prondak, Building Commissioner. So there are 4 articles that that I'm involved in. I guess well, I'm not sure which order to take them in. I think probably the simplest one, relative to building heights, which is Article 5. Our height regulation in 2014 was amended to allow some flexibility for older homes to build somewhat within some of their existing heights, for lack of a better explanation. And that amendment went through, but I guess the best way to explain it is a clerical error inadvertently eliminated more than half of Section 5 in the height requirement. So the article on that, on Section 5, is simply to restore the other language. It's not to change any of the height requirements or the article at all. It's just to restore what was inadvertently omitted. So that's one.
Can we just stay
Before
on
we,
that?
before we go on, Joe?
Sure.
Brian, did you have a?
I just want to know what was missing and what's put back, because I couldn't figure it out from what was sent to us.
So,
If I may, for a minute, in
Sure.
your packets, you'll see this is the cover. This was what was approved in 2014, and as it reads, voted, so that section 5 as amended shall read. It should have been, so that section 5 and specify the subsection. So that without specifying that subsection, it now reads as if all of section 5 is just that paragraph that you see there. That's how we lost the remaining of the text.
yes.
Okay.
And Joe, can you explain how, what some of that language is and why it's important to have in there?
Sure. So, the language that got omitted from section A1, excuse me one second. Ground contiguous to the building. Sorry for the delay. So what was omitted is a section that allows the Board of Appeals to make some adjustments to the height requirements within that, what's regulated under section 5.1. And then section 5.2, additional height requirements for chimneys and lightning rods. We don't see that much anymore. Certain towers. And again, it provides a whole set of criteria for the Board of Appeals to act on those. A lot of these would be, they don't so much affect single-family homes, but they more affect religious and educational uses, and they restrict those.
Excuse me one moment, Joe. Lauren, in this document, is this the same one Joe's looking at right now?
Yes.
Okay, so the sections that were inadvertently taken out, what page would that start on in our document?
It starts at the top. So after the word, to add the following language to section 5, following the word building, and then begin the quotation marks. That adds the
All of-
entire section back.
So all of these pages had been inadvertently deleted,
Yes,
basically.
exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Lauren.
Any further questions?
I move to reenact the missing section.
So, Denny, if I may?
Yep.
No, moving is fine. Making a motion is fine, but I think is to support, that the planning board would support and sponsor this article as requested by Mr. Prondak. Is that the motion I made?
In Ms. Galvin.
And, sorry?
In Ms. Galvin.
And yes, you're right. And the clerk, Ms. Galvin, yes. Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Next one, Mr.
Okay,
Prondak.
so the second easiest one is a section on home occupation. We have a home occupation bylaw that was created, I want to say sometime around 2004, and essentially created, from my understanding, by prior town clerk Jim Mullen. And what it did was it allowed for people to run businesses out of their homes under certain conditions, and the procedure to obtain approval for that was through the town clerk's office by the issuance of a business certificate. That procedure has proved problematic for the town clerk, and she would rather not do it. And it also, because what's happening now is basically she's just sending the people to us and waiting for me to say yes or no. So what we're asking to do here is simply change the language and put this zoning article under the building commissioner, to change it everywhere it says town clerk, change to building commissioner. Everywhere where it says business certificate would change to occupancy permit, which is provided for in another section of the bylaw. And it's just we believe, a cleaner and more efficient way to do it,
This
Brian?
was put in place in 2004?
roughly.
Okay, I just have a quick question. I support what we're doing here, but I would suggest that it could be argued that $6,000 a year would be a pretty reasonable rent to pay if you needed a place to have a business. So at $50 a day, I'm sorry, I guess it would be a lot more than that. I strike, it's not $50 a month. I strike my comment, $50 a day is fine.
So can
April?
I just make a comment on this? Because this applies to me. I run a business which doesn't really have, the address is my home, but I don't ever have clients there. It's me and my laptop. And I called the town clerk to find out if I needed a permit And the question was, we don't know. I mean, because you have to put together a plan to show you where your office is and where you do all your work. And I'm like, well, sometimes in my bedroom, sometimes at the dining room table. I mean, so I don't really think this was intended to apply to me.
Correct.
And a lot of other people who work from home sometimes. I wonder if there's a need to clarify that, or should we just go with it as is for the sake of cleaning it up now and think about a clarification later?
Well, it hasn't been really problematic
Okay.
from that sense.
Okay.
I think we all understand that it wasn't intended for somebody who's just doing exactly what you said. This, try to give a good example of a home tutor, for example, might be a
Yes.
good example, where they have students come to the house,
Yep.
and the bylaw limits it to a certain amount of square footage in a certain location, and it also states that only persons who reside in the house can be employees of the business. So there's a few conditions on there that make that good. And it said, it says no excessive pedestrian traffic. That's subjective.
Yeah. So I think my question was, do you feel as though this language gives you the authority to say, no, April Lamoureux, this isn't required for you because it doesn't meet the intent
I
of
do.
the bylaw? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Then I'm fully supportive.
Any other questions? Then I'll take a motion.
So moved to support the planning board submission of this article as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? Okay, next, Mr. Pronick, you're on a roll.
Okay, so the next one, again, I think is the third simplest. Lauren, parking in the side setback, is that?
Yes.
Okay. A concern has been brought up recently, and maybe several times over the past several years. Some years ago, shortly before I got here in 2006, the zoning bylaw was amended to limit the amount of paving in the front yard, the front setback in any given zoning district. And that can vary between residence A, B, or C. Basically to no more than 30% of the front setback area to be paved for parking, or you paved or / used for parking. And in Milton, so when we have a house that's on two intersecting streets, basically a corner, the concern is that maybe this bylaw should extend to that area as well, on the intersecting street. On our building setback regulation, it does. So when you're on a corner, the side setback that is on an intersecting street increases, for example, in residency from 10 to 20 feet. So the concern is maybe that the question came to us that can we somehow extend that to include those, which in some respects can look like a front yard. So Lauren and I looked at the language in the bylaw and thought that a simple way to do that would be to simply refer to the section in the bylaw that further regulates the setback of a building, which is on a street corner. To say that Section 7K, this paving section applies, would use that too as a criteria. I hope that's not too unclear.
Brian?
So there's a bunch of areas in town that I can think of that have homes with narrower lots
Yep.
with garages in the backyard.
Yep.
Is this going to create a bunch of nonconformity by doing that? Because you're going to theoretically have driveways that are existing running back to those garages that are they in the side yard setback today? Do we know? I mean,
Right, but this would only apply to houses on a corner lot.
okay, I didn't get that when I read it.
It's the reference to the subsection. We talked about this, right,
Got it.
Lauren?
Okay,
And
so
Joe?
subsection C3 is in reference to corner lots.
Yes.
That's the distinction.
Houses on two intersecting streets.
Got it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
There, when
Should
Lauren,
make that clear in the note.
right, well, when Lauren, Bill Clark, Joe Prondak, and I met to discuss these articles a couple days ago, we had a lengthy discussion about this very question that you had, and we said that was probably better addressed if it was something that wanted to be addressed, at a different time, that this could at least address the corner lots. So what do other members think about that? April?
This looks fine to me. I would definitely like to have a conversation about non-corner lots, because I've heard from a couple of people who have had that circumstance where their neighbor paved right up to their property line and almost through the whole side setback, and it was no longer looking the same in their property. So I think that deserves further conversation, but for the purposes of moving forward, this looks fine to me.
Okay, Richard, Denny?
No, this is pretty specific.
I'm trying to picture it in the different districts. It seems like this would be more problematic. This issue might be more problematic in the smaller lots and in Residence C, but I don't know if, double A is like running into this problem at all, or do you know what I mean?
It's more prevalent in the residency district, but it could certainly be applicable in B, C, B, A, in any of the districts.
Would there be a
Someone
waiver?
doing like a driveway where they don't want to do a turnaround, they have a,
Right.
like an L-shaped driveway.
The
going out.
problem, I think, is that you have the smaller lots, but you have the no overnight parking law, which prevents people, so they're looking for any way they can to get off the street, so they're not getting ticketed all the time and onto their property. So I think that's the dilemma.
That's the dilemma for dealing with the lots that are not corner lots, and that where they are small and not being able to park on the street. That's why we felt that needed more study, you know, to really see. We didn't want to have something where you all of a sudden throw people into a lot of nonconformance or to unintended consequences. So, but this seemed more straightforward to address at least part of the problem.
So this is really, as I read it again, this is actually less about pavement and more about the actual vehicles being parked in the lot.
I think it's about pavement, though, because I mean, I've seen it as well. When if you're about town in your car, on your bike, or walking, you see more and more asphalt in the yards, and so there are some some properties where I think there's a lot more asphalt than it's allowed. And I asked Joe about that, and he said there have some that have been cited for that, and some where asphalt's been required to be removed. And so it is one of the zoning compliance issues, I think, that your office hears about, right, Joe? So, yeah.
How can we regulate what people do, where people put cars on their lots? I know we can regulate when they are abandoned, but if someone just wants to park their car on their grass, can we really? I mean, I understand that we're trying to.
We no, yeah, this bylaw,
Would say
even
no
as it
parking on your
reads,
grass.
it does say that you can park on the grass, essentially.
It does?
Yeah, because it talks about no driveway or contiguous parking area, if any. It doesn't really speak to pavement.
Okay, fair enough. So you just can't park on more than 30% of your
However, in
30% of the side yard.
other uses in the residential district are, if it's for parking of more than 5 cars, we do apply setbacks to it, and
And this is only 30% of the setback area, so you're not really governing that they can't park on their side yard. You're just saying they can only park in 30% of the setback. Okay.
And I think,
April?
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Residence C only require one parking spot for a single-family home?
it only requires one, yes.
Yeah, it only requires one spot.
But
So that's,
have
I mean,
four
I think
cars.
that's why we're a little crowded. Yeah,
That's why I'm concerned about making sure that people can park their vehicles.
yeah,
On their
Don't
property.
want them all over the street.
Yeah.
Right? So
right.
as long as it's limited to the setback area, I understand that because you're trying to keep it off the neighbors. That makes sense to me, so that's fine.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion?
Do we have more time to study it? I'm trying to get.
Just
my
the
head
corners?
around it.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not opposed, but I'm just trying to picture it in different areas in town to see that there will be.
I wish we had a big whiteboard.
I know.
But I would be happy to, if if you wanted to stop in sometime and we could sit down and look at a few examples with the assessor's maps and things of that nature. can certainly go over that.
Okay, so one of the things that I should have mentioned before we started the discussion of the articles is that this is the last planning board meeting before the close of the warrant for the fall town meeting. So it was, I think, Mr. Prondak intent that if the planning board supported these, that these would go to the Board of Selectmen before they close the warrant to be included in the October town meeting. So if you're not comfortable with that yet and want further study, then this one would have to be deferred, which I think
Is this one of the pressing ones?
would be,
I think there are some residents concerned about this, so I don't know if there's anyone here that
know this
wants
was
to
brought up
speak
by-
to that.
Someone at a meeting recently.
yeah, when I saw him on the way and he said he was going to go to a Board of Appeal meeting, so I saw that he's left,
Yeah.
unfortunately, before
Yeah.
this discussion concluded.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, April? Or,
Nope.
sorry, Rich?
Yeah.
So I took this as kind of taking away something that we, a house is on a corner, they've got a driveway, maybe they're parking more cars on the side lot, and maybe that restricts it, but from the comments that just happened, is this going to take away anybody's ability to park in their own parking lot that might be, that's like, you have a side parking lot, right? Right up to the line.
Any existing lot, it wouldn't be affected by
It
any
wouldn't affect
change.
any of that,
Correct.
okay.
So things that are there currently would be grandfathered in?
Exactly.
Okay, so anything new, any new?
This would only apply to new proposals at this point.
And it's only corner lots?
This is, only deals with corner
So
lots.
Denny, I'm
Only
trying to
adds
draw
corner
something
lots.
Thank you.
So, and you might want to look over my shoulder and make sure I'm indicating this correctly, but if this is two roadways, this is your corner lot, this is your property boundary, this is your setback area right here, right? So I'm trying, this is your setback area.
Right.
So your driveway off the front setback, call this the front, your house is here facing that way. This is your, call this 30%, right? You've taken up 30% of the front setback.
Okay.
So what this says is that you can't have cars or pavement in more than 30% of this area either.
Oh, okay.
That's what it basically
Right.
says.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Thank you.
And Joe, can I just clarify? If
You
there
want to
was-
hold that up?
There wasn't,
Can you submit this to the record, please?
but there's always,
It's just a spatial thing, I was like,
but there's always an opportunity for someone to go to the Board of Appeals and seek relief of this.
Of course,
So, I mean, it's not like you
Right.
can never, ever do
Special
it. It's just,
circumstances.
exactly.
yes.
okay, so disability or anything like that, people could come to you.
Yeah, or maybe, one part of their lot has a big piece of ledge on it, and they couldn't possibly put, something
So
there.
if there's some sort of hardship, they can go to the Board of Appeals and get a variance from this requirement, so it
Okay.
still leaves an option.
So make a motion to submit to the Board of Selectmen by the Planning Board this article for inclusion on the warrant for October town meeting.
A second?
Okay,
Before
all in favor?
that,
Oh,
I do have a
yes.
question, sorry.
Sure.
So I guess this would be irrelevant because you said it wouldn't affect anybody now and you can go for it, but in that drawing, it would be very common to have that driveway go back so you could fit two cars in there. I
Right
think
here.
Those people can fit
Right here.
a couple.
Yeah. So if
Oh,
you-
in that one spot you're talking about?
No, I mean, this can go back as
You
far
can
as
do
you want.
whatever
as
you
long as
want in
stay
the
out
rest of it.
setback.
Just can't do it in that
can't do it
scribble
right
area.
here.
Right.
So you could do this,
Okay, as long as it wasn't wide enough.
if it's
that-
not wide in the setback.
Right. No, the only where it would be problematic is if that driveway extended way over
Yeah.
and then it went way back.
On the property line, right.
It would still be, I mean, you could.
No, I'm talking the other
The
direction.
other direction.
Oh,
Yeah,
the other
yeah, yeah.
direction.
Like my driveway.
Yeah.
Can't do that. You can't.
Because there are some like that, you see
Yeah,
them. Yeah.
but that wouldn't
But
apply
it
because
wouldn't
it's
apply.
already
So
Yeah,
it
there.
goes like
sorry.
this, you mean? If it goes over like this, it goes
Yes,
over like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
right?
I wouldn't want to all of us, so if you didn't say that it wouldn't affect people that are now, I would be opposed to it because wouldn't want to see us put a law in that all of a sudden.
That was my original
Causes
question.
problems.
I don't want to have a bunch of non.
Right. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why the corner lots makes more sense, because I think it's more common for those driveways to go back on a property line that's shared with another property rather than the street. Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Great, okay. And now the one that's the more complicated.
Well, hopefully it'll go as smoothly as the last three.
Do you want to discuss temporary signs before getting into this?
If
Okay, that's fine. I think that,
temporary sign issue came up last year or the year before,
Yes.
and the board, I think, drafted some changes to the signage bylaw. And when I reviewed it, I made comment to the chair at the time that you really have to first look at the definition of signage, because that has some language in it that would, for example, it classifies the American flag as temporary signage. So when you put a whole bunch of regulations on temporary signage, and our bylaw says a governmental flag is considered temporary signage, it would be improper for us to try to enforce that. So I think that's why the proposal got pulled, and I think that we need input from town council on how to change the definition, and how a lot of temporary signage is a freedom of speech issue, like motorcycles are everywhere, Black Lives Matter, all those types of signs. Really freedom of speech and shouldn't be regulated by the zoning bylaw. So we just felt there was a lot of clarification needed, input from town council in light of some recent Supreme Court decisions on signage. Other than that, we're not having a lot of trouble regulating temporary signs at the moment.
So that's the issue? Are people making complaints about those signs?
We don't have a lot of complaints,
Oh,
no.
we don't have an article for this.
Right, but do you have the existing bylaw? It's that paragraph, right? That there was a paragraph that we reviewed?
I don't have it up for projection.
Okay.
Temporary signs had been withdrawn from the May 2018 town meeting in light of what we had found out from Joe, and we had said we would revisit it in October. So it had been on our list to revisit, and after our conversation with Joe, we realized that unless there was some sort of change to the definition of temporary signs in our bylaw, we really don't want to make an amendment to the bylaw at this time.
Because we think it would be in conflict with the recent Supreme Court decision.
So we need to report out on that.
So we need a different revision to that temporary sign bylaw that we think needs town council review. Yes?
Yeah, so my understanding is that town council needs to provide that definition.
Yeah, okay.
And I ran
then it
into
can
this
go
in
forward,
Boston
but not until-
on a condo board, where people were trying to use the condo documents to have someone take down a flag. And
Can't do it.
the board made the decision that, just like the zoning bylaw, sort of federal, state, local bylaws all trump that. So we may be able to get away with it. You can ask John Flynn if we can get away with it, just with a reference to accept those protected by whatever.
Sure.
Can I be reminded of the problem we're trying to solve? There's not many complaints. Why are we even talking about this?
Because people came to the board, and I think it was actually 2 years ago, and there were a whole bunch of people came, and everybody wanted these updated, so the article got developed to a pretty complete form, but then this definition issue came up, and it stalled, is my recollection.
Right.
And so the thing that's remaining is we need that definition to come from town council, or that language to work with the definition or direct it. But,
Right,
so we can't do it. It needs to be town council.
We were waiting for guidance to come. My understanding is how other boards and attorneys, I think, were interpreting the Supreme Court decision and what we might need to do. Because right now, our bylaw does make reference in its definition to things that it regulates that Joe believes are in conflict with that freedom of speech.
I see.
Oh, so this is
So
just to fix what we have already. We're not
It's to
solving a
fix
problem.
something
I
that's
see.
old
Okay.
that now has some new information as the result of a Supreme Court decision.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
Which, by effect, it's fixed anyway.
Right.
But it's
You're
a conflict.
overruled.
But we should, right, we're overruled effectively.
You want a little bit of
But I agree, we
trickle
should be
down on that as
consistent.
well.
I
and
agree, we
see how
should be
that's-
consistent, but you're protected currently by being able to say,
Hands off.
we're trumped.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Okay, I get it. I thought we were reinventing the wheel here and creating a new bylaw. There's already something in existence, so we just need to correct.
We want to make
Okay.
it consistent with the new
Got it.
federal
Yep,
interpretations.
perfect.
Is
So this
that your
is,
understanding, Denny?
It actually, I thought we had something ready to bring to warrant, but it's missing that definition. And people in town are waiting for that new document to be approved, but we're held up by this small thing. That was my understanding. And in looking back at the tapes and in going through everything, that was my understanding. But So ideally, we want to get this to town council and get him to weigh in on this.
All right.
And ideally, we want to get it before town meeting and get this resolved.
Is this something that the selectmen could present, since we're not meeting again as an article?
Well, we're not going to be ready for October, from what it sounds like, because John Flynn would have, or town council would have to be able to provide language before the, August 9th, is it?
13th.
Or 13th?
Yep.
So I would say that while we've been suggesting that it's something we should address, maybe we seek to have it addressed for this spring town meeting, because I think once we have the language, it's a fairly straightforward type of article to handle during all the budget articles that get handled at the annual town meeting.
It might be worth a ask to see if he could do it. If he could do it,
Okay.
it would be good, because all those people
Right.
are wanting it.
The selectmen, I don't think, can make recommendations to change
But
zoning.
if he can't, he can't. It has to
So
wait.
we would be looking at needing to have another meeting then before the 9th to review the language that he
I think
provided.
they extended it to the
Or 13th,
13th,
sorry,
yeah.
before the 13th.
I mean, I only suggested the selectmen as a path forward so that it didn't have to wait, if we could get a healthy amount of time to look at it for the town.
Just knowing the volume, something about the volume that town council deals with, you know,
Long
and
shot, right?
I'm usually looking at a 6 to 8 week queue when I present something, so.
He's protected by the federal law.
Yeah, no, I
I
know.
think we should push it
Yeah, that's
personally.
fine.
All right, so if it could at least initiate some outreach to see, right. There has been some talk with, the Board of Selectmen have had some discussions about the possibility of a special town meeting. And if they do choose to do one, maybe that would be a sooner opportunity than the May town meeting.
Well, I think to Jenny's point, let's just keep working on it,
Okay,
regardless of when the town meeting is scheduled, because then we'll just be ready.
okay,
Yeah,
so
we
that's,
want that one, and it just needs that last step.
okay. So I think we're in agreement on that.
Okay,
All right, Joe,
all right.
next.
So, pre-existing non-conforming structures, section 4 of the bylaw. This started with, last year there was a couple of amendments made to section 4 to allow certain extensions to pre-existing non-conforming houses to be permitted by the Board of Appeals through the special permit process as opposed to the variance process, which technically is an easier process. That language passed, and it was put in, but there was some additional language that added some confusion and heartache to the entire process. And that language was that anybody seeking such a special permit would have to show that the proposal is architecturally compatible with the houses in the neighborhood, and also that the setbacks that they are seeking were no more than the average setbacks of other houses within 300 feet. And when I tried to explain that to homeowners who are trying to go to the board themselves, they're total deer in the headlights. And some of the regular attorneys who handle these cases for people are also concerned that it's almost like the variance process is easier, and it's a proven process. Even though the criteria under 48 is very stringent, the Board of Appeals seems to have been somewhat masterful in interpreting that. So the intent here was simply to maybe take out that language on the 300 feet in the architectural compatibility. But as I sat down and looked at the entire article, the entire one paragraph, 40-line article, there's been a lot of confusion in that article over the years, and the intent. So once I got going, I just kind of rewrote it and tried to clean up some of the language, break out some of the sentences into paragraphs so that it would be clear as to what applies to what, and so we would kind of have to go through it piece by piece, like we did with
Yeah, I think
Cheryl.
if you pulled out the red line version that's in your packet, and also you can see what Joe's referring to, the existing where it's one page is one paragraph.
I don't think
So this is where he's looking to make it more user-friendly by having multiple paragraphs. And then he does have some language, suggested language changes, which I think, Joe, I'll have you run through. But it's going to be much easier to follow in the red line version, I think. Everybody have it?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so the first paragraph is really not a change, it's just taking that section, making it its own paragraph. So there's no change there. The second paragraph is one that's caused a bit of confusion over the years, and in fact, the reason I'm going to the Board of Appeals tonight is because someone has appealed my interpretation of the current bylaw. So the current bylaw says that a pre-existing non-conforming single or two-family residential structure may be extended or altered as of right within the existing height and setback of the building. So the way it's been interpreted prior to me getting here, and I've been here 12 years, in the way I agree it should be interpreted, and has been to the board many times, is that if you have a building that is over the height limit and too close to a lot line, that you can do things with, my interpretation is you can do pretty much anything to a one or two family home within the existing building envelope. But any extension to that has to comply with the current bylaw. So if you have a porch that's 2 feet off the lot line and you want to build up on that porch, you need a variance from the zoning board of appeals. That's essentially how we've been interpreting it. The change last year was intended to let that be done by special permit, which is a lesser criteria, it's a little simpler process. But what I wanted to do here was further clarify that, to eliminate the challenge to that, by saying that you can do anything within the existing envelope of the building as opposed to height and setback. So that's the first change within that. And then to say the building can then be further extended by special permit within, in the setback, and that's exactly what so the second red line part of this is to clarify what was done last year at town meeting, and to make that, what was intended, a little bit clearer. So,
Jeff, if you don't mind,
yeah.
when he and I talked about this, and we kind of thought about what an example might be. So if you think about a home that is partially 2 stories and partially 1 story, and say the 1 story is too close to the property line, so it's within that setback, where otherwise somebody would be able to build a 2nd story over a 1-story portion of their home. The idea is that the way it's been interpreted, and it's been an interpretation because it didn't say envelope in there, Joe said, no, you can't build up right where your existing line is, because now you're increasing your nonconformance. And so you could build that 2nd story within the setback. So, I mean, so if, let's say you're 8 feet and you're supposed to be 10 feet, your addition would have to be 10 feet over. And then you wouldn't need the variance. But if you wanted to go with right on the existing wall and go up with it, then it would be the
But it's
variance.
not a variance anymore based on this. Now
No, but,
you
or
would-
the variance or the special permit.
Right,
But
the
the
special
issue
permit is
is
easier.
even being called out on it
Right, I understand.
because of the idea that it said height and not like envelope. Okay, so that was one of the things that he wanted to clarify with building envelope. The second part of that was the not needing to do the variance, but do the special permit. Does everybody understand that?
Yes, can I just clarify one thing? So with this paragraph, I understand what Cheryl just said. Let's say you have a house and your side setbacks are too small.
Yep.
5 feet instead of 10. But you want to do a rear addition. You can still do that as long as it's 10 feet off on both sides
Correct.
without requiring anything.
Anything, yeah, you
Okay.
can do any addition that conforms to the setbacks and height requirements.
So that doesn't change, this bylaw change wouldn't change that.
Wouldn't change
Okay.
that, correct. The one thing I noticed in this version, though, is that in that second paragraph, Maybe further where it says, and may be further in where the red line starts on the second half of the red line, and may be further extended or altered beyond the existing building envelope or beyond the limits of the dimensional requirements. That or should simply be a comma,
Okay.
because in the previous sentence, we're saying that you can extend if you conform.
Should it say and beyond, or are we missing something there with just the
Yeah, I don't
comma?
understand that.
It may be further extended or altered beyond the existing building envelope or beyond the limits of the dimensional requirement.
I know what your concern is. So it should say it may be further extended or altered beyond the existing building envelope within the limits of the dimensional requirements, or
No,
with,
it already says that.
Yeah,
So
this is
now,
still
now
not
the way
beyond
with
it.
the or there, it's saying that it would reverse what we just said.
Right.
so it may be further extended or altered beyond the existing building envelope. I think that's the or you want to take out, right? The second one?
The second one, yes.
Yeah.
The second or.
Yeah, it just seems
I
like
don't
that.
think you need a comma, though.
I don't think you need a comma, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't need a comma. Okay, that's right.
So that sentence before that, though, the non-red line section, or within a height and setback which conform with the dimensional requirements of the Milton bylaw,
Right.
that's not pulling in the example that I just used, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So now it's going to require a permit if you want to build outside the setbacks in the rear of your house.
No, in other words, if the setback is 10 feet and
Yep.
your addition's gonna be 10 feet,
Yep.
you can build it. Even
Okay.
if you're not, even if the rest of your house
So
doesn't
this
conform.
language here doesn't change that.
Correct.
Okay.
It's- in-
This is basically saying you're allowed to do that, and you are also allowed to do it by special permit or variance if the Board of Appeal allows you to. It allows you to.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not going to
Why did you say
inadvertently
for variance?
be requiring a special permit for something that doesn't require one today.
It allows it by special permit,
By special permit, okay.
not variance.
Yeah, we've taken, this
Taken-
clearly,
We're
this
trying to get
clearly
rid of the
takes
variance.
away the variance, which
Yeah.
was intended last year.
Right.
Okay,
I just had a question.
And to do it the other way.
sorry, Rich.
would simply put more work on me, and I don't want to do that, so I share the same concern.
Okay, Rich has a question.
I just had a question.
Yep.
It sounds like it makes sense to me because what I'm hearing is you're trying to make the law more clear and easier, to a different path that's simpler.
Yep.
But my question is it that it was unclear or tougher to get through, or were they denied more often? And if they were denied more often, is there any reason why they would have been, and now they might be a little bit easier?
Under the variance procedure, which they were done before,
Mm-hmm.
the potential challenge under state law in Superior Court by an abutter would be easier for an abutter to win an appeal, so to speak.
Will they still have an avenue here? Because
They still have.
because there are reasons why you would want to allow that still, because.
Yeah, they still have an
you know,
avenue,
sometimes-
avenue to appeal, but it's always kind of been felt that a pre-existing, it's statewide, that a pre-existing non-conforming structure, where it already doesn't meet the bylaw, and oftentimes in many ways, shouldn't be treated the same as a brand-new lot, a brand-new house on a brand-new lot that
Depends, I
conforms.
think. I mean, there are, in my opinion, it depends, you know, in the house, in the neighborhood. But I guess what I'm more curious about is there a large amount of projects that are being denied
No.
for wrong reasons, that this is going to help fix that?
There aren't a lot of projects that are being denied.
Okay. So the ones that are
By the
being
Board of
denied,
Appeals.
may be denied for good reason.
Yes.
Which would tell me that maybe it's not so unclear, the law, you know what I mean, the way it's written. It provides some more protections for folks.
Yeah, the Board of Appeals would still be able to deny if they felt that a project was not,
They need you?
oh, sorry, no.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. This, to be clear, just if I may, this change to allow special permit passed town meeting last spring?
Yes.
So this really isn't about going back and revisiting whether to allow this by special permit. It's really about whether you make it more stringent than the variance was before.
Understood.
Okay.
But I am questioning the additions that are being added. These weren't passed at town meeting.
Right, no,
These
the
additions.
calling it the building envelope is actually, I think Joe feels is clarifying, like more clarifying.
Oh, understood.
Yeah, okay.
But there's definitely a lot, it's tightening it up a bit.
Okay, I don't remember who was first.
Oh,
here,
Jenny, you
sorry.
went first, go ahead.
So, I think I have a similar concern to Rich in that the building envelope, you see this a lot when you have waterfront views, the water views, is that you have non-conforming structures, but you wouldn't want your neighbor to be able to take their non-conforming structure and go up, because then you wouldn't, from your porch, be able to see the view, you know what I'm saying? So in that situation, and I know we don't have waterfront views, but that's where you really get these issues. But, we do have views in Milton and the Blue Hills and all that. So in that case, I could see that footprint, height, and structure, the neighbors would want to be able to say.
Right, and this helps to give them that protection.
I thought if it was envelope, they could go up.
No, envelope limits you to exactly what's there.
Envelope limits you to exactly
What-
what.
Exactly,
Is what you're talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so he's changing it
Okay.
from footprint and what's called height, because height by definition would normally, somebody might think of it as, like I might say, oh, well, the height's what's allowed in the zoning.
Okay.
But if you have partial one-story, partial two-story, that's that's non-conforming portion of it, the envelope tightens it up, actually,
Envelope
because
is what's
it's,
there.
yes, Lauren?
I have a very not to scale drawing, but if we look at this and it's, show this audience, if we have a 2-story house here and let's say this is a 1-story porch, people used to interpret it as within the footprint and height that you could extend all the way up to the 2nd floor. But now saying the envelope, it constrains it to that
Okay.
1-story. So for example, if you had a screened-in porch that you wanted to make an interior living room, that would be allowed under the building envelope, but you're not going beyond that envelope.
without taking it to the Board of Appeals, which then gives the right for the neighbors to comment and view the project and speak at the public hearing.
Okay.
April?
And I think this predominantly applies to residency, is that correct? In most
Says
Not
businesses.
necessarily.
Smaller
no.
lots?
Well, yeah, I guess it's more common to see a case happen in residency.
Some of the
But-
historic,
Yeah, so,
That's true.
some of
Any in
the
here.
scenic roads, I mean, there
No,
are
it
houses
applies to
on.
everybody,
Alright,
I'm
there are
just-
houses on Brush Hill Road,
Yeah, that's true.
5 feet
Yeah.
from it.
yeah, if we broke down the number of cases you would see in residency, there are more cases.
Yeah.
But,
So I think, I support this language change if you think this is what's important to make it work. I supported the article last year too, because the Board of Appeals process to go through is a very expensive process. You have to have fully engineered drawings and a lawyer and all of the stuff to get, even to find out if they're going to consider your variance, and you may get rejected that night. And I just feel like that's a very high bar for people that are trying to convert a porch into a living space and on these small lots. So just to explain why
Oh, I understand.
I was in favor of it last year. So I think this is great.
So should we move on to the next portion of his edits on this? So I think you got to the second paragraph, right? So the third paragraph was just sort of pulling it out, no change?
The third part just creates a paragraph for that particular section.
Okay, and then the next one?
So the next one, we added, so the next one has always tried to speak to, well, let me back up a little bit. The second paragraph speaks to pre-existing non-conforming 1- and 2-family homes. This fourth paragraph speaks to everything else, 3-family homes, multifamily homes, not that we have a lot, businesses, et cetera, et cetera. So any of So otherwise, valid pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses, we just wanted to add the language other than one or two family home to make that even more clear, that this section applies to everything else.
Questions?
You know what, I don't have any questions, but this is one of the items that I wasn't able to study beforehand and think through. So I don't feel ready to vote on it tonight, just because we had 16 articles before us tonight, and this is the one that this is one of the ones that I didn't get to study.
Okay, so can we
But I
have
don't
Joe
have
go
any-
through the second page on
Sure.
it?
Can I ask a question, though? If the planning board said, okay, we'd like to see it on the warrant, does that end the I mean,
It can be, all right, so a little bit of process. So if it goes to the selectmen and they put it in the warrant, it would go, we still have opportunity to amend the language before it goes to print, and there's opportunity for the Board of Selectmen to weigh in on it, the warrant committee to weigh in on it, and even though it's not preferred, there can even be a green sheet or a pink sheet or whatever it's called that's handed out at town meeting that could have further edits on it. Yes,
We also
Brian?
have to have a public hearing,
Yes,
and at that point, if we decided after our public hearing that we hated what we did,
we could pull
we
it.
could go to the warrant committee and say, we vote to send it back to planning board for further study.
So if I study this and then at public hearing, I want to add language to it or tweak language, I have the opportunity then?
Oh,
If the warrant
absolutely.
committee would change its recommendation at that point to just reflect those changes.
But let's, if we don't mind, let's go through the rest of the edits. So it's a page 2 to that. And then we can talk about next steps on it.
okay, so that was the only change to paragraph 2, 3, 4. Paragraph 5,
It actually is still 4.
still 4?
It just continues to the next page.
Okay.
If authorized by a special permit.
Yeah, but then where it starts, authorization by special permit of subsequent use of the building. Oh, yeah, okay, that is the same paragraph, I'm sorry. So this next change has to do with pre-existing non-conforming buildings in a business district. East Milton Square, for example. So there was a change made several years ago. Because this paragraph generally says, any change to another any other type of non-conforming structure, other than a one- or two-family home, any change has to go to the zoning board of appeals for a special permit. So what we did a few years ago was we tried to say that the uses in the business district, take East Milton Square, for example. If you have a nail salon in a particular store and they leave and they vacate the premises, if a real estate agent wanted to go into that space, they would have to go to the zoning board of appeals. So that was considered kind of burdensome. And the change that happened several years ago, it wasn't fully clear on that. So what it said was, where the subsequent use, where the next use coming in is the same or substantially similar. So that's been difficult for me to, could I say that I think I could say that a real estate office could be substantially similar to a law firm. But could I say that a law firm was substantially similar to a beauty salon? Probably not, but the parking requirements are the same. They're small spaces, typically small spaces. So we thought here that instead of saying substantially similar, we would say one that is normally permitted. So if there's a space where a nail salon is normally permitted, even though there was a real estate office there before, then it should be permitted now. So this language tries to do that, and then Cheryl, in our review of that, pointed out that, well, we wouldn't want to allow garages or filling stations to go into these spaces, so we added that exception as well.
So I have a problem with this one. I have a couple problems with it. One is if they require a special permit for any reason, and I think you can fix that with an easy carve-out to just say one that is normally permitted without a special permit. You could probably fix that. my bigger problem comes in with office versus retail versus restaurant versus and how it affects parking. So if you have a real estate office that is normally permitted and they convert to a beauty salon is a good example, there's certainly an argument that there's a different parking requirement required there.
But the parking requirement, the physical requirement in the business district for those types of uses are the same. So it's one for every 250 square feet.
Okay.
A restaurant, however, for example, a restaurant is treated separately. A restaurant always has to go to the Board of Appeals for a finding that the
For a
parking
special
is
permit.
adequate.
So I'd want to make some sort of carve out that just saying normally permitted without a special permit, without board authorization, something like that. I'd want to distinguish that. My other question is, you still have a right as the building inspector through building code to trigger upgrades on a change of use, despite this language, correct? So if someone's going to spend a certain amount of money in the space, you can still then require ADA or energy code or one of those things without having to, that's
Yeah,
handled through building code,
There
correct?
could be those, but a lot of times, most times, when a...
Doesn't happen because they're not spending enough.
Yeah, a store is vacated, it's really just a furniture change.
Yep,
You know,
understand.
You take out the hair salon seats.
I
and
understand,
the
I just want to
clean
make sure you're not eliminating that building code piece, okay?
desk. No, not at all.
I think neighborhoods are going to want a variance when businesses change.
I mean, that's not required now. Variance is not required, but special permit could be required.
Well, in a conforming structure, it's not required. You could
Well, if
go
you
from a
change
real
from-
estate office to a Dunkin' Donuts if you're a conforming structure.
Right, but in non-conforming.
But
you
that
have
just
to-
means you're
This is just in the business district, right?
Also, as it was changed last time, it was already changed to a special permit, correct? With the
Sorry,
last
this would
amendment.
also include the pre-existing non-conforming businesses? Yes, Ned?
I
You would
hesitate
please
to
come
jump
forward.
in, But I spent a lot of time in this area. I think the special permit issue really drills into business uses that are non-conforming that sit in a residence zone. Uses in the business zone are allowed by right, unless they're not allowed, and then you have to go through some form of special permit. You can change from one use to another in a business zone because business uses are allowed by right.
Right.
But if you go to the corner of Reedsdale and Randolph,
It's not
when the real estate office moved out and the dental office moved in, they had to go through a fairly significant special permit process to allow that change of use because it was not a use that was the same as had been previously there within within that building envelope. So I think that's really
Yeah, this only affects non-conforming buildings in the business zone.
Dimensionally
Dimensionally
non-conforming.
non-conforming. So if the only non-conformance is, in other words, when that building was built in 1922, and we now say it was supposed to be 12 feet off the rear property line, and it's only 10 feet, this change of use is not affected. They're not adding anything. They're not putting any additions on. They're not increasing the size of the building. The only thing that makes it non-conforming is the fact that it's a little too close to the lot line. So this only deals with those, to say that if you have basically if you have a vacant space in one of those buildings, you don't have to get a special permit.
Right, because it's that you put here in the business district.
Yeah, in the business district.
You didn't include the ones that are outside of the business district.
I would argue that a change in use in a non-conforming building in a business zone doesn't require any Board of Appeals oversight. It's allowed as a use.
But.
You have to go through site plan approval.
I wish I could follow your logic, Ned, and I appreciate that.
And
But it does say, the bylaw says, otherwise, valid pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses.
Right.
That's,
Right.
so this,
But if I'm changing a use from one allowed use in the business zone to another allowed use in the business zone, that doesn't apply.
All right, so we have a difference of an opinion. I don't think we're going to
I'll comment
resolve.
at the public
yeah,
hearing, because I don't want
Yeah, and,
to muddy this up and get too far beyond, but
okay.
it's,
Delay your own
uses are separate from, is a separate issue than dimension.
so what this would do would take away the disagreement between Ned and I.
No, it wouldn't, because you'd still send me to the Board of Appeals.
All right, Rich has a question.
So I got a question. So specific, like, so the one, the restaurant in East Milton Square, Navarre, when that went in.
Yep.
I believe that was only held up because of something similar, right? It was a change of use.
Restaurant.
Restaurant.
So that's what it was, right? Restaurant. So that would still remain the same in this
Restaurants
case?
will always,
Restaurant always have to go to Board of Appeals because the Board of Appeals has to determine, and it's right in the bylaw.
Okay, perfect.
That a restaurant use has to prove to the Board of Appeals that they have adequate parking.
For a, what are they getting from Board of Appeals? Site plan approval?
Special permit.
Special permit, thank you. I think that's what I assumed, okay.
okay, Denny, did you have a question?
More questions than ever. I need some time with this one.
All right, April, right now? Okay, so Denny's expressed concern about making a recommendation on this at this time. What about other board members?
I'm comfortable with the public process if we put in without special permit or variance after one that is normally permitted on page 2, so that it would read, the subsequent use is the same, or one that is normally permitted, add without special permit or variance in the business district, et cetera, et cetera. And striking the word "or" before "beyond the limits of" on the first page.
All right, we didn't get down to, we have to get down to the last paragraph still, but on this paragraph, Rich or April?
I mean, I'm a little confused by it, but I'm willing to keep the conversation going.
Okay.
So that would be my answer, because it sounded, before I would have, honestly, probably would have kicked it off or abstained, because some of these do change.
You want to make sure you
The initial,
understand the changes.
But
yeah.
We have the
what you said before makes me content, so
Yeah.
there's going to be process, so.
And to be clear, the planning board has pulled articles
Yeah,
Often.
often.
During-
More often than not.
More often than not.
so I'm fine.
And, okay, so we ready to go to the last paragraph then? Okay, Joe, just want to keep things
And the
moving.
last paragraph, again, was pulled out to be its own paragraph, and this somewhat mimics state law, and says that basically sets out criteria for the Board of Appeals in issuing a special permit, that they have to find that the use will not, or the proposed change will not substantially increase any detrimental or injurious effect on the building. It basically said the same thing in the existing bylaw, but again, we just wanted to put it in its own paragraph and then say that it applies to the entire, everything that's said before this.
Okay, questions on that? Or comments on that?
No. Does the word "such" come out? Should the word "such" come out as a basis after "as a basis for"? So it should read "as a basis for any special permit."
Yeah, I think you said that, Cheryl.
I think
at
we
our
did say
meeting.
that,
We were
yeah.
supposed to take that
Yeah.
out, it was supposed to come out.
Okay, so I think we've all heard that there are some concerns about making sure that we have full understanding of what this is going to do, but that given that we have opportunity to further discuss it and if necessary pull it, do we have support to move it forward for the fall town meeting?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll take a motion.
So I'd move to submit this to the Board of Selectmen for inclusion on the warrant for consideration on the, at town meeting, with the modifications that the word "or" is removed after existing building envelope in paragraph 2, that the words "without special permit or variance" are added after one that is normally permitted in paragraph 4, and that the word "such" is removed after "as a basis for" in paragraph 5.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Hi.
All opposed? Okay, thank you, Joe.
I'd just like to add that, again, anybody that wants to come in and meet, and I think a lot of clarification can happen through example, and if we could sit down and, anybody just call me up and we'll schedule a time, and
I was going to make a request that when we do have a public hearing, maybe Joe can bring an example so that the audience can hear and people can just everybody can see the same thing at once, because on the business side, because I think that was a little confusing.
Yeah, I think if we could project something, an example
Yeah.
like the diagrams that Brian did and the one that Lauren did, have those on the screen, I do think that would be helpful. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right, board members, one of the reasons that the agenda got packed tonight has to do with the fact of the closing of the warrant coming up. So we still have a number of items on the agenda. Before we take the next item, I'd like to get a sense from the board on their ability to stay beyond 10 o'clock.
How much beyond 10 o'clock?
Good question.
I don't know, but I'm going to suggest that I'm going to see who in the audience is here for which of the discussion, if any, to see if we want to consider any reordering of the agenda.
I'll speak to that. I believe that this board should conclude its work on the zoning before it conducts any new business. We have a specific timeline that's stipulated to us by the Board of Selectmen, and I believe we have a duty to get through these because a lot of people in town have spent a lot of time on them.
So the next one on our agenda would be Brook Road. We haven't had a discussion about that since we had the meeting in June that was held at Tucker. I think we got a lot of feedback. It's in the minutes. I guess for as much time as that we might be able to devote to any one thing tonight, I'd like to suggest that we make a decision about what our next steps might be on it, rather than discuss all the issues that were brought up. So are people supportive of that approach?
I'd like to hear April speak to that before
Okay.
I comment.
Okay, April?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of enthusiasm from the neighborhood to do something. I think there were some questions about exactly what that is, but I didn't hear a vast amount of objection to the proposal. I think there was confusion because it wasn't clearly defined. It wasn't a zoning article per se that people could respond to. It was more an idea. But since the meeting, I've heard a lot of feedback that there's a lot of interest in doing something in a timely fashion. I'm anxious about waiting too long because the site has sat like that for many, many years. And if we wait until May to do something, we're going to lose a whole nother construction season, so it'll be 2 years from now before anything can happen there. And I don't think that's what the pulse of the neighborhood is. I have been working through a potential zoning article that I was hoping I could have ready for tonight, but I did not. I know there's some folks from the neighborhood that are here, and I would love for them to have an opportunity to speak.
So just to the schedule, April, when
Yeah.
you mentioned not waiting to May.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Board of Selectmen chooses to hold a special town meeting in January or February, like they've discussed,
Mm-hmm.
would your hope be that this article would be for that, or you would like to get something for the October?
I mean, ideally, I'd love to see something move forward in October. Aside from a citizen's petition, though, we don't have the format for that because we haven't discussed it. We don't have language to discuss it tonight, and it wouldn't be responsible to try to put something forward without the board seeing it. But if that's not possible, then certainly the very next town meeting. Yeah.
And
So we'd theoretically have to meet again on the 8th if we were going to do it by the planning board, through the planning board, correct? 8th or 9th, the week of the, we couldn't meet before the 8th, right?
Correct.
What are we talking about?
If
Of
we were gonna
August?
have another meeting to try to
I mean,
get
I
to-
would love to do that. I don't know if anybody's available.
I would do it.
I will check my schedule right now.
6th, 7th, 8th.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm available, actually. I
We
should
have a
look.
meeting on the 9th, don't we?
No.
Oh, I have it on my calendar.
I did that. Was that because people were unavailable?
But any other day.
Okay, are people unavailable on the 9th?
So,
I can't.
You can.
Every other day I can.
All right, what about the 8th?
I can do the 8th.
I can't.
I can do the 8th.
Lauren, you cannot. Do we know if Bill can?
I
Or did he
don't
just
know.
stepped out? I think it would be beneficial to have one. I would have Bill or Lauren at the meeting, but if not, depending upon what else was on the agenda,
I'd
I
actually
guess.
prefer it because I'm going vacation the next week.
Well,
Great.
I'm going on vacation on the 11th also, so.
Do you want to have the 7th as a backup date? Like the 8th is the ideal date, but I could do the 7th.
I can't, advertising.
Okay.
We can't meet
Advertising,
before the
okay.
8th, right? Can we even meet on the 8th?
On the 8th.
It's 2 weeks from tonight.
2 weeks from today.
It doesn't have to be a public hearing
be
to
a public
discuss the
hearing.
zoning.
Oh, right.
It's just a
Okay.
posted
Just do that
meeting.
tonight.
Right.
The public hearing would follow.
You're right.
I'm traveling on the 7th. I'm due back at
I'm
4,
fine with the 8th.
as long as I don't have delays.
Objection to the 8th.
I can do the 8th.
You do the 8th?
All right, let's make it the 8th.
Let's do the 8th.
We can have a
I
quick meeting.
cannot be there on the 8th, and I can't speak to Bill's calendar at this time.
Okay.
But, I mean, if we're just talking about this one zoning article, I mean, it would be ideal to have someone here, but will we have to have them?
It'll be recorded.
Julie, are you able to attend? No. How about the 7th? Lauren, can you do the 7th?
I can't, no, I'm very tied up, and I actually will be out for an extended period in August. So I'm concerned about, I mean, there's always Bill to make any sort of changes, but if there's going to be a flurry of changes,
No, it would just be this one.
I think unless we decide something else on the agenda, would get discussed on the 8th as well. And we may, I mean, there was discussion at the Board of Selectmen's meeting whether there would be another joint meeting of the Planning Board, the Board of Selectmen, and I don't know yet whether that's something that will come up, that we'll seek to schedule, but for the time being, why don't we put a hold on the 8th, and we'll check Bill's schedule when he gets back?
Okay.
So then it would be incumbent upon me to get some sort of draft article to all of you a week before, so we have something to discuss.
I would be okay with the 3rd, which is the Friday.
Well, thanks.
Doesn't leave you much
Even
time.
maybe Saturday.
Cheryl, would it be okay if we could hear from a couple people?
Yes,
that are
I'm
here?
sorry, I'm putting this on my calendar, but yes, if anyone would like to speak to this topic, please come forward.
Not to pressure anybody in the audience. I just saw some folks in the neighborhood and wanted to make sure that they had a chance.
Just really quickly, I'm Joe Modugno from 248 Blue Hills Parkway. I just texted Joe, he's upstairs, I guess. He wanted to speak. So I was at that meeting that we had, and it was really well attended. I know a lot of you were there. And, you know, we really want to see something done, obviously. It's kind of a blighted area, and it's been like that for a while. So, you know, April and I spoke. I think I kind of know what she's working on, and I support that fully to get it to that next level and begin to get the neighborhood in on, you know, some possible designs or possible solutions to the problem. So that's all I can say, I think, at this point. Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like to speak to this topic? Okay. Seeing none, April, is that, anything else you'd
Very
like to add to
happy.
that?
No.
Denny?
I just
Denny?
did want to support April in this because I was very impressed with that neighborhood, and I felt bad we didn't have time to talk that night. That meeting was very crammed, and I just wanted the neighborhood to know that their voice really mattered, and they brought a lot of enthusiasm to the project, and that's what we're all here for. So I'm really thrilled and want to support that neighborhood, address the concerns that they're worried about, and I'm excited that April's willing to work so hard on it. So I want to help in whatever way I can.
No, I would just say, no, I commend April for getting out in front of, you know, development and talking with the neighborhood and you know, getting some consensus prior to something happening, I think is what a lot of people want, and I think it's fantastic. So no, I think this is great.
Okay, Brian, any other thoughts? Nope. All right, great, so April, Friday, I think I heard Friday, which is the 3rd, would be great.
Have all night Friday. I don't need to go Saturday morning.
All right, with that, we'll, sorry, I'm jumping to my, we will discuss the East Milton Square. Yes, Lauren?
I just realized something.
Mine.
If the planning board meeting on the 8th is primarily to discuss Brook Road, Bill will not be able to participate in that discussion. He has a personal conflict. He needs to recuse himself. So,
All All right, so we'll need one of us to volunteer to take minutes.
I'll do it.
I can do it.
You're gonna
run this.
Yeah.
you're gonna lead the discussion.
I don't want it to be an impediment to progress.
You can watch the tape. That's right. All right, so that's fine. As long Milton Access Cable needs to confirm, I guess, that they can be present, right?
If not, we can do.
If not, we'll
well,
change.
someone will do scribe.
Yeah. Okay.
And I
right.
just noticed that there's a couple of neighborhoods. Are they going to have to sit through this whole
I'm
thing?
sorry. Which one? The name? Which one?
Yeah, you were
Or-
going to kind of check which
Oh yeah.
neighborhoods were here.
I'm sorry.
Because I think it's
You want me?
get a sense of.
All right, so the next on our agenda would be East Milton Square. Are there others in the audience who would like to speak to the planning board where that item may end up taking us a fair amount of discussion? Is there anyone else here who saw something on the agenda that they came to this meeting specifically for?
I noticed there's a lot of Murphy lot neighborhood people. And then I see, so that's what I see most of, Falcone and Murphy, right?
So whereas I suggested at the beginning that, and Brian I think suggested also that we keep new business items to the end unless they're going to be short.
Okay, I see.
Okay, is that still, everyone's still supportive of that? Okay. All right, so with that, so following our joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen, there's been a meeting at the Board of Selectmen themselves on Monday, in which Ned Corcoran and the Falcones presented a somewhat revised proposal from what they had presented to everyone in June. So they'd like an opportunity to present that proposal, those revisions to us tonight. And then I'd like for us to discuss next steps. We heard a lot of comments that night. There's been a lot of debate and discussion. And I'd like, after they do their presentation, I'd like to give a general overview of where I think we are with the process, and then make some suggestions for next steps, and then throw it to the board for further discussion. Okay, so with that, please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Joined by Ned Corcoran, joined by Bob Falcone. I have a brief PowerPoint overview that shows the most recent adjustments to the plan, and then obviously open it up to discussion. So I guess we'll go right to the next slide. So this is an overview of the building with Bassett Street, excuse me, Adams Street, Bassett Street, Granite. Difficult to see with this scenario. What we've done a couple of things. At the last presentation, maybe we go quickly through the next one. This is from the Bassett Street side. Difficult to see, but you can see how the building
Does that help?
sort of
Yeah.
steps back. This is a 2 levels of retail office with some residential on top that steps back from after 3 stories. This is all residential on this side with a courtyard in between, and then stepping up to 4 stories over Adams Street here. The last presentation at the joint meeting, there were 64 units of apartments with about 14,000 square feet of office and retail. We know that one of the issues of concern has been unit count and the number of apartments. And so we took the opportunity to adjust the second floor over Adams Street to change that from residential to office. We eliminate 6 units, increase the amount of square footage for office, but that obviously helps with parking, sharing, office daytime, residential nighttime, and probably works, we think, a little better. So, and then one other thing we did was we changed the unit over Adams Street from a two-bedroom to a one-bedroom and stepped it back from Adams Street. So next slide will take you around the building. So this is currently showing a level of retail, a level of office, apartments, and apartments with this apartment stepped back now to a one-bedroom with a balcony here. The facade of that might want to change. Probably some facade issues will change, but that tends to add an effect of height if this were an opaque or a barred type of thing. It would sort of disappear from view. Next, here it is from the side view. We've taken out the one roof style and replaced that. Here's that step back with the balcony, and then highlight again this area offset from Adams Court is 10 feet, so the full opportunity to engage foot traffic to create a real meaningful connection between the Fruit Center area and Adams Street with an open walkway. Next, here we have a level of retail and some office, a level of office, and another level of office here with apartments above. So you have stepping back through a level of retail and a level of office, and then apartments here. This is all apartments on this side. Next. This is just obviously the other direction, apartments with a courtyard here and office and apartments above. Next. From the floor plan perspective, this is consistent with what we've previously shown. This is the lower level at Bassett. This here is the roughly 10-foot change in the drop in the property. It's this Adams Street, Franklin Street to a point is 10 feet higher than the grade of Bassett. So there is a level here of occupied space. These are apartments. These are amenities for the apartment unit holders. Next. This first floor on Adams Street is office or retail. We're really focusing on that as retail to be active space, engaging both Adams Court and Adams Street. At this level above retail is probably office, and again another level of apartments. This obviously all is parking, the parking garage. And then what we've done is we're taking out the existing building. We create a much wider connection in between the existing buildings on Adams Street and the parking garage. So there's real meaningful opportunity for trucks to back in and make deliveries for pickup of trash and things like that. It's very tight and difficult space for both people on both sides of that alley. Next. So this is the other one meaningful change. That this second floor in the prior iteration was residential. It was a whole floor of residential coming through here. We've changed that to office. We eliminate 6 apartments here, adjust that to office space. Next. Now it's the third floor above Adams. We're stepping the building back here with apartments here, and then on the last floor, one more is the step back. This is a change from a 2-bedroom to 1 with balcony. So the unit count adjusts from 64 to 58. The bedroom count adjusts from
90 to
80, and the square footage adjusts moderately on a gross level from 82,600 to about 80,600. We reduced by about 2,000 square feet. That's the PowerPoint. I think from a highlight perspective, what this has an opportunity to do, this building obviously has more open space. It's open space that's dedicated to the neighborhood and to the residents on the Bassett Street level with the courtyard you've got a much wider setback off of Adams Court. It creates a meaningful open, it essentially doubles the width of Adams Court from 10 feet to 20 feet, provides meaningful sidewalk, outdoor space to enjoy. We're intentionally proposing to overpark this building. We think that we've done a draft of a parking sharing analysis that's based on parking a parking sharing analysis in the bylaw for the Lower Mills, the Milton Village zone, which was zoning put in place for 88 Wharf Street and 2 Adams Street. We've, I think, been fairly conservative in that approach. In the worst-case scenario, if you allocate 1 car parking space per unit as restricted only to that unit, so 58 spaces restricted to the unit, with only 22 remaining spaces, residential spaces being available for sharing. On the worst-case scenario, on weekend days, we would need 156 parking spaces. We're proposing 172. So we're intentionally, we think, significantly over-parking this building, or this development, for the benefit of the neighborhood. We're also, obviously, intending to participate in significant traffic mitigation that might be over and above what you might need to do, but we have provided, I think I at least provided the draft of the traffic study that was done for the second iteration. I think it was the 64-unit development that we had done previously. And so that's available. It obviously needs to be updated based on the total volume of square footage, the number of units, et cetera. But we're poised to work with you on that. There is significant access to state grants if the board were to approve to move forward under a 40R process, or if the town were to accept the 40R process. As I heard the presentation from the state folks, you know, you're looking at somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million in grants that might be available, plus so much dollars for every unit that gets occupied. And so I think there's some incentive there. Our goal at the end of the day is to work with the boards in a community process that would be led either by a joint committee, perhaps from the selectmen and the planning board, or maybe more appropriately, this board. This is, the end of the day, would be a zoning effort. This board is the board that deals with zoning routinely, and perhaps this board, with input from the selectmen, might be the more appropriate vehicle to do that. Obviously, leave that to the board to consider. But we're anxiously, as I say, looking to move into a process. The selectmen, we urged on Monday that we start a process, that the town engage the Falcones in a process so that we can move forward, hopefully to an outcome that works as well as it can for the town and for the Falcone family. We understand that if we can't get there, despite best efforts, that's fine, but we really want to engage in the best efforts to get to an outcome. And we know that there are hurdles to get over, there are issues to consider, but you know, we're willing to roll up our sleeves and work with the town as much as we can.
Great, thank you. I think we all recall last winter, last spring, members of East Milton Neighborhood Association coming to our meetings and asking us to get involved and to provide some expertise that the neighbors felt as if they were a little bit at disadvantage, not having expertise available to them with zoning and with traffic and parking and that kind of expertise. So I do think that the planning board has an important role to play here. I mean, what we're talking about is whether we can have the parties, the community and the developer, come to a reasonable understanding and support of a zoning article that would allow development to happen on this property pursuant to that overlay zoning or that zoning. Otherwise, the property owners have a right to develop under the existing zoning. The majority of their property, I understand, is in the commercial district. A smaller portion of their property is in the residential district. So I think we all understand that property owners have rights, so they can develop under that route. They can also develop they can seek new zoning, which is this process that we're talking about. And then if that doesn't work, the alternative, unfortunately, that's available, unfortunately or fortunately, depending upon how one views it, the state has what they call a comprehensive permit process, which means that an application goes to the Zoning Board of Appeal, and that's typically called the 40B. The 40R, which we had the presentation about before, is really something which gives the advantage of having a town control its zoning and yet also producing affordable units. So it gets the benefit of 40B's affordable units, but also keeps in controls that you can get through keeping the zoning within the town. So I think there was interest in the 40R and learning more about it that came out of that meeting. So my suggestion, and thinking about this, at that joint meeting, there was a suggestion that maybe a small working group would be the best way to proceed. And having thought about this quite a bit in the last month and having conversations with the chair of the Board of Selectmen and with planning staff and sitting down and really thinking about what are the things that we really need as a community to understand in order to make a decision about whether zoning is the right way forward. And in part, we discussed the issue that's raised most often in East Milton Square has to do with traffic and parking and service and loading zones. And we have had a deck project, which has had its own traffic study. We have the Falcone proposal, and they have a traffic study. And then even Mass DOT has two projects underway for Granite Ave, and they have their own analysis. And I know that I've suggested different forums that it would be beneficial to have the town have their own consultant take a look at all those studies and see where there are things that are missing, whether there's things that could be give another opinion once changes are made through the deck project, through the new signalization and the new pedestrian and bicycle improvements. How will that impact what people see on the ground today? And then take into consideration the proposed changes coming on Granite Ave and the suggested mitigation measures that the Falcone traffic consultant has put together. So in addition to that, do a parking analysis, a parking utilization analysis for the square, which would take into consideration publicly available spaces as well as the private spaces. And then also look at service. There are many communities that handle service through service zones, delivery hours that are restricted, delivery truck sizes that are restricted. So what can we learn from other communities about how we might be able to make improvements to the square? This could apply to the square as it is today without any change on this particular property. So I'm suggesting that the town engage a consultant, an independent consultant to take on that task. I'd like to talk about that a little bit. And then I think on the 40R and possibly the 40B, having some additional research that could be done, and we can talk about who might do that research, but to see has that worked well in other communities, what process did they go through to see where they would apply that kind of zoning and what results they've had from it, to see if that's a useful tool for us. And then thirdly, I'd like to have I suggest a technical site development analysis, which would look at all the things that zoning normally looks at, such as, so when we think about how big a building is, we normally think about what the size of the lot is, how much the lot is covered by the new building, so the lot coverage, the FAR, which is the floor area ratio, so how much you're building relative to your lot size, your open space, your units per acre, your setbacks, your heights. Take a look at that relative to the existing zoning. So how does what they're proposing compare to what they could do under the existing zoning? And then take a look at that compared to the project that was proposed in April, which I think some people thought may be getting close to a scale that could be acceptable. And then also compare that to what else has been approved in town, particularly recently, such as 131 Elliott, 36 Central, 2 Adams, and 88 Wharf. And then I'd like to suggest that those technical analyses be presented at a joint meeting of the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board, a public meeting, well advertised, maybe more than one meeting, depending upon how complex and detailed the information is, because that's 3 or 4 topics that are pretty, you could probably cover each one in a meeting. And then see whether we think we're close enough to something which the developer thinks works for them and the community thinks they could support, or see if we need to have further negotiations or working groups or further meetings. So with that, I'd like to throw it to the board for discussion. Yes,
So how do we see, I know that the tap is on the other, oh, is the tap even? Oh, yeah, it's on our new business. So I don't want to go into the new business, but how do you see this body of work interacting with that effort?
Well, knowing that the TAP can't, the ULI can't do this until December is somewhat disadvantaged
Right.
to having, and that's where I think the traffic piece of it would be helpful for both. The actual development analysis and 40R. The 40R could definitely inform both, right? So that they're sort of parallel tracks on those. Analysis of this particular site, you know, I'm thinking these things move faster than starting something in December.
So we're thinking of the TAP as the macro look at East Milton. Okay, and this would be the micro look at this particular project.
I mean, I think what we've talked about is what we've heard, at least from the developer, and they can speak to this, is that they can't wait for the time that it would take to do the overlay itself. So I think we have to think about both of them at the same time and see if we can make progress on it. If we can't make progress, like Mr. Corcoran said, to our best effort, if the elected officials and the community and the developer are working through a process that we lead in a way in which we normally would lead, which is in a technical zoning kind of analysis, seeking public input at public meetings, then they can choose what they decide to do, and the board will choose whether we think we can support and advocate for zoning. But it seems to me, in my view, we need more information, and the developer and the community are really kind of owed more analysis that is, we know what a lot of the concerns are. We've heard a lot of the concerns. I think we need some further feedback. Yes, Brian?
Wait, go ahead.
Okay. Just further feedback on some of the things I think that a lot of people don't have their own expertise on, even on our board. Yes,
So
Brian?
to that point, when would a warrant need to close for a January, February town meeting?
December.
December. So call it pre-Christmas.
I think,
So I'd love to see a schedule that staff could put together, working back from call it December 23rd date to today, to 8/8. Maybe we could present that schedule on our August 8th meeting.
The December was for a January meeting or for a February meeting?
I think it's,
Either one,
I think
right?
it's kind of fungible.
Yeah.
There's, and, you know, January equals February from our perspective, so February is,
So in any case, I think we need a
Right, either or.
schedule, because that was a lot of stuff that you just said. I drew a really nice flower.
I've got it written down if everyone would like it.
But I think we need to see a process that we can digest what that means for this board and for this applicant, that gets us from September 1st through December 23rd and accomplishes a lot of stuff.
Right, so one of the things about, just if I may, just to add to that, we, in discussions with Bill and Lauren and with Richard Wells, we thought that we would have the head of the DPW, Chase Berkeley, make a recommendation for who this independent traffic and parking consultant would be, or maybe a couple, and seek proposals. And then if the board or if members of the community or the developer want to see who that independent consultant would be. But the thought would be, it would be somebody who's not already doing work in East Milton Square, so it would be kind of a peer review of everything that's been done.
Good.
And so we would obviously have to see how long it would take that consultant to do that work for that portion of it. But
We should be able to put together some schedule
I-
based on
I think,
timing to understand
yeah.
if this is feasible.
yeah, I think that's right. Yes.
Then to the peer review piece, sorry, I'd like the process is only going to work if the neighborhood believes in the process. So I think the neighbors have to have some buy-in, or maybe some representatives from the East Milton Neighborhood Association need to not have an authoritative approval process, but have an opportunity, I think you just said this, to weigh in on who that consultant is, because the last thing I think this board wants is to spend 4 months of intense work to then have the neighborhood say, well, we don't believe any of that. So I think it would be important to see if we can get East Milton Neighborhood Association to participate in the buy-in to the process and the buy-in to who those consultants are. Not necessarily an approval power, just give them a seat at the table for the conversation.
Okay. Rich, yes.
Yeah, so I thought that was a great summary you said, and you nailed 2 things that I was going to say, so I won't repeat them in full. But I will say that, I echo the timeline because there's a lot there. And what I worry about is there has been, over the past year, a lot invested by the neighborhood and the developers, and they came kind of close, but at an impasse. And what I worry about is this is kind of an opposite direction, not for, if you're from the neighborhood, maybe not in the positive. So this is bigger. And so what I worry about is if we engage in that process, spent 4 months doing it, and we get to the same point and find out that the developers are just not able to get down to where the neighbors want, I think it would be great to know that up front, so that during this process that, we can, we know what we're looking at.
One thing I'd like to just point out, Rich, one of the things that I was thinking about is some people, and I don't know if it's just because of the terminology that people use, but for example, if one says a 3-story building, let's just say, right? So if we said Bassett Street is going to be one long building at 3 stories, that's a 3-story building. But if you said Bassett Street's going to have 2 pieces with an open space in the middle, and those 2 pieces are 3 stories, and then you have height somewhere else, it sounds nuanced, but on the ground, it's a big difference. And that's where I'm hopeful that comparing the 2, people will understand. And still, I think the developer said at their Board of Selectmen meeting that they're open to going back to that April proposal if that was deemed preferable. But I think it's important for people to understand the real implications of these, when I asked for a lot more calculations of Ned and the team in the last week or so for my own understanding. So I said, what's the lot coverage difference? What's the open space difference? And so you really can see, well, maybe you push a little height someplace, but you get open space and less lot coverage. Is that preferable? It's something that it's a difference between the 2 schemes that I think would be useful for people to understand, rather than just saying something, certain heights. So that's why I said if it's a process that everybody has to have a goal to sort of work together and see if they can come to some common understanding and support or goal or not. So go ahead.
No, just to clarify, I really wasn't even meaning to get into size and scope. What I was more thinking is, so what you mentioned is hiring somebody to do an independent study. That's a cost to the town. And so we would be embarking on a good amount of work over the next few months to work on this. All I was saying is stepping back, and I don't know if you can pull it up, but it was, I think, the first or second slide of the top view of the area. The one with the colors and the aerial view. There it is. So actually the other one. I mean, you can kind of see a broader picture. So this is just speaking for myself. This is my perspective. What I'm looking at is there's a significant neighborhood, and there's, if you look at the fruit center, it's a significant building, but it blends in with the neighborhood. What you're looking at as the proposal in front of us does not blend in any way, shape, or form. And so, again, I'm open to the whole process that you talked about. I don't want to say I'm not. I am totally open because I want to see something great go in there. And it's great that it's before us right now. I wanted to just make a comment, though. I agree with Brian in the timeline. We need to see that now so we can really understand how this is going to affect us. And again, there's going to be some costs. We don't even have a proposal in front of us, and there's going to be some cost to the town. And so I think before we spend that money, we have to understand, is it even feasible? Because, there's been 8-9 months invested from a neighborhood, and they couldn't get to a common ground. Now, I understand your point about bringing some difference to that conversation, and that sounds great. I just want to make sure that if we're going to spend 4 months and all we do is get to a place where they were before, no matter what we vote on, I personally don't see it going through town meeting. But again, I could be wrong, and maybe it flies right through. But I don't have that feeling today.
So, right, so just, Brian, if you don't mind, 1 sec. For people who might be watching or people in the audience who might want to understand the process, if we decided to go forward with a zoning article that would be sponsored by the planning board, it would go to the warrant committee, actually it would go to the board of selectmen, then the warrant committee, and then town meeting, and require a 2/3 vote of town meeting. So there's definitely a lot of process along the way and a lot of opportunity if there's not support for it not to go forward.
But I want it to succeed is what my point is.
Yeah, but one other thing I want to point out, again, Brian, is just to Richard's comment. Because the traffic is East Milton wide that we're talking about, and it's something that the Master Plan Implementation Committee has talked about wanting to have addressed. I'd like to suggest that the traffic piece, we could utilize some master plan funds to engage the traffic piece. I did talk to Bill and Lauren about their capacity and ability, capacity being timeframe wise, to work on the zoning portion or the site development analysis, if you will. So the piece that we haven't, and they have indicated that they can do that. The piece that we haven't identified at the moment is who would do the additional 40R, but I'm hoping maybe we could get some help from the state on that. Again, this was just really kind of coming together, this discussion in the last week or so. So, it still needs to be fleshed out further. Obviously, we wanted to have this discussion. Richard will want to have the discussion with the Board of Selectmen. And again, he asked me about whether we would be supportive of another joint meeting if need be to help keep things moving. I suggested that we would be. So now, Brian?
So all I would say to that is, I think the cost that you reference and the time you reference, I think we've had conversations that an East Milton overlay or 40R district makes sense irrespective of this project.
Right.
And to that end, I think those costs and that time investment inform the larger project anyway. And then as to speak to my desire to meet with the Board of Selectmen again, I'm fully willing and able to engage on that, but I really want to see a schedule and a path before we jump into another meeting, because if we're going to get this done in December, it's going to have to be really thoughtful. And both boards are going to have to commit to a schedule, and we're going to have to be very structured in our approach, because there's 8 meetings between now and then, regularly scheduled.
I mean, my feeling is that there's going to be some time required to do the work. So in the meantime, by the way, this board is anticipating receiving an application on the Carberry property in August, and likely opening the public meeting on that project in September. So just in terms of what's on our calendar or our plate, coming forward. But I guess if there's general support for this idea and we feel as if we need to get a schedule and a budget, then we could circulate those or discuss them again at our meeting on the 8th. Or I'm open to other suggestions that you folks have. Jenny?
I'm interested to hear from the Falcones because I know time is money, and I know you've been working on this for over a year. And I know it gets harder to go down in density as time goes on. I felt like we were at a really good place when we were somewhere between 3 and 4 stories. I don't know if that's the April version or the February version, but that would be the direction I would love to go back in. But I don't know if the town is taking you down this path, if that makes it harder and harder to go back to. And I would like to explore a path back to lower density, if at all possible. I know you've been working hard. You've presented so many different versions of this project and your property. I would love to see some of that creative work that we were doing last winter. And so,
Well, I think some of these committees we're just talking about, traffic studies, consultant on the 40R. By the way, I think the state person that made that presentation said if we needed more information, we could call, and they would be glad to help us. So that probably is a resource there.
Right.
But we're looking for the process. That's what's going to help us get to the end before we can make a decision on height or unit count.
I think, important consideration at the end of the day is the place where we got to February, early April, was a 10% affordability component. It was still too tall. I think that was the major stumbling block.
if you could go back to that and consider.
We can't shrink it.
And consider maybe doing some of the affordable off-site, like we did for Carberry, like we just discussed for Pulte tonight, something along those lines. I'm just thinking we were so close.
It's possible to think about things like that. I mean, so there's some real trade-offs to think about in this project, and we now engage in the conversation about that. That was 50 units. This is 58 units. That's not a big difference. But at 58 units, you get 25% affordable, and you get an overparked building. There's a trade-off on the volume of parking and the extra parking they might be willing to give. There's a trade-off on other things. We need to think those items through. The project needs to do enough to meet the economic goals here. It can do more if it's the town's desire to pull more out of it, and there's a real trade there.
Now, just for clarification, when you mentioned 25%, my understanding is on a rental, all 58 would actually count towards the inventory, but the actual rental rates would be at 25% of them. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And even under 40R, my understanding on the 40R was the minimum percentage of affordables is 20, but you only get credit for all of the units as if you get 25%.
And you're proposing 25%.
We're proposing 25% with no 3 bedrooms, because
No 3 bedrooms.
you don't have to do 3 bedrooms under the 40R.
Brian?
I think a process is really important with experts, because to sort of what Ned was just saying, you look at what they were just showing, they're actually widening an alley to make it wide enough for trucks. That alone could change
A lot of traffic.
huge amount of
yeah.
traffic issue on Adams Street. So I just think we need to hear the experts, because we're not going to understand the impact of the project other than the visual until we hear from the experts.
I was just from sitting.
We're
with-
reacting to a visual. I feel like we're reacting to a visual.
Sure we are, but I also know, because I sat with the working group meeting, I sat with them month after month after month, and I got a good sense of where they were coming from, and they were feeling pretty close. And I haven't talked with them about this, because I just saw this. But I'm thinking about that 2/3 vote at town meeting and getting it through, and my experiences on the ground. And I know that if you were at 3 to 4 stories, it's going to have a much better chance getting through a 2/3 vote.
Maybe. My point is that when you have experts informing a process, people that are currently saying, I think it's too big, for another 8 units, if it fixes traffic and it fixes parking and it creates open space, people might say, I have a different perspective. I don't know, they might not, but I don't think they can I don't think anybody, this board, the neighborhood, the Falcones, can make an informed decision until we have expert data. Because
Well, I
right
love
now,
expert
we're all
data.
just gutturally saying yes or no.
I love information. The more information, the better. But I also just don't want the price and the density to just keep going up for everybody involved. Because
We don't have to say yes.
no, we don't. But
So
if
that's
we
the
say
good
no,
news.
then we're really up the creek.
Why?
So
Well, because
Because we still have all that data to inform a process for 40R in East Milton as a general
we're at
concept.
an impasse is where I don't want to be at an impasse. Like
Well, we might be at an impasse on this specific project, but we would still have great data to then inform a discussion about what we want to do with East Milton.
fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, just a comment. So I agree with both of you. I mean, the comment is well taken. I mean, I worry, and that was why my comments were what they were. I do worry. I do agree, though. I mean, I like a process. If you want to bring in experts and we can do that, I think it's great. I will say, though, that it wasn't just a neighborhood of just a bunch of people that live there. There was engineers, there was architects in the room. We had ended up getting our own.
We had a very deep bench.
And so we had a pretty deep bench. And so just my point is, I agree with the comments, though, and I do want to go down that road, but I would caution that, for example, I think the parking garage is a really interesting thing, but it seems like it's big and it's overcompensating so that it can take care of the problems of East Milton Square. And I don't think the neighborhood is going to be appreciative if we kind of take the bad with the good and then put it back on them and say, hey, well, it takes care of other problems. You got to live with something that's too big. Not saying it's not going to come out that way, and maybe there's a way to make it more feasible. And I do agree. Going through a process, you're going to get to a different place. Again, my comments were mostly around, are the developers open to such things, though? Because of what we saw before, there was an impasse and there was a problem. So I don't want to see us invest time if both parties aren't willing to come to the table and talk.
One thing I would suggest is that the two different scenarios, I think, do represent a willingness to shift completely their whole planning from tearing down an existing building with existing tenants to see if that's something that is going to work better. So I would like to suggest that hasn't been vetted as much as other things were throughout that process. And I do think one of the disadvantages that I heard that we heard at the planning board from people was that they wanted the planning board to take a leadership role and bring some expertise. So that's really a reaction and a response of how can we be most helpful. And I think there are two interesting scenarios with trade-offs, like Ned said, and the more that we understand the trade-offs, I think the better informed people can be about a decision. April, did you?
I mean, I was just going to say the same comment that you just said. I think there has been movement, and I know that there's a lot of sensitivity to the project because it's big and it's a lot of change. And if I lived in the neighborhood, I would be sensitive to it too. But I don't, so maybe I'm a little bit more objective sitting in this seat, but I have seen the project change quite a bit. And it does seem to me that there's been some movement to try to address some of the concerns. The massing on Adams Street was just too large, so they stepped that back. Even just tonight was a new change. So I see the potential to move with the project proponent toward a better solution that the neighborhood would be happy with. And I do think, to Brian's point, all of this information will be very informative for the ULI TAP. So when we look at a macro plan for East Milton, having all of this data would be terrific for that. It would make it a just more effective process.
That process should move faster, actually, as a result of this kind of being a part of it, right?
I mean, the people that we'll bring in as experts on the TAP are only as good as the information we have to give them. So the more we can gather between now and then, the better. And if it helps move this process forward and also helps that process, I think it's great. And if we have resources through the master plan, I'm all for it. I think this should be a priority.
Okay. All right, so can I suggest the next steps would be Bill and Lauren speaking to Chase about a recommendation for a traffic and parking consultant, and I can work with all of you on, or if you want to have Chase draft a scope that we review. Next, I think would one of you, or would you like one of us to reach out to DHCD about 40R? I know.
I'll call them back.
Okay, and then, I know the Board of Selectmen has formed a committee to focus on housing, and Melinda is leading that, and I think they would be interested in the 40R, so maybe we can get some help from that committee on research on 40R.
It's not officially established yet.
Not officially established, okay. All right, well,
They did pass their charge.
We did.
They have a charge that they passed the other night.
yeah, I got an email from Melinda today. I didn't get a chance to read it thoroughly. All right, well, maybe we're a little ahead of that, but maybe we can have a conversation about that. Or maybe that's the way the Board of Selectmen can be helpful, is to help take a lead on 40R. Yes, April?
Just on the 40R, 40B analysis, if DHCD turns us down for some reason, I think this is another thing we should go back to MAPC with. Because
Agreed.
they have folks in-house that can probably do this pretty quickly.
Agreed.
So just in case we get a no from DHCD, let's push ahead with MAPC, so we have another.
Okay, so, so Bill, you said you're able to at least make those phone calls to find out, right? And then we can chat about what you come back with there.
Will we have a schedule to review?
That's what we have to have those outreach first, right, to see who's going to do it. And then, Bill and Lauren, if you could tell us what your time frame would be to do the site development analysis. So how about our goal is by our meeting on the 8th, that we will have a schedule and a suggested consultant and perhaps a fee proposal from one or two consultants coming from Chase, and a decision about whether DHCD can do it, and if not, what would it take from MAPC to do it, and what their time frame could be. If we could have that at least in broad sense of money and time by the 8th, I think that would be good progress. Agreed?
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Schedule will be good, Brian.
We've heard Brian's.
Think the same way, I know.
Okay. Would you like to add anything?
No,
Pretty good, we're fine.
I think all I'd
I
like,
think we're
Don't
moving
get
forward.
tired.
I'd like to
Going the
say,
right
it
way.
feels like,
You're up next.
it feels like
Yeah.
that we're getting
appreciate it.
engaged, so, you know, we initially showed some floor plans at the end of May. We had the joint meeting 5 weeks ago. We lost 2 meetings 2 weeks ago to have any discussion at all about this because we didn't get on the selectmen's agenda and you canceled your meeting, so tonight's the first next opportunity, at least with this board. So if this board is willing to engage, we're willing to engage with you.
Yeah.
And we'll take the time that's necessary to get through it, and if it becomes clear that it can't work, then, you know, maybe we'll all know that.
Oh, no.
All right, so we'll let you know through Bill and Lauren about the progress for the meeting on the 8th, so that if you would want to attend that, you'll know if it's not just Brook Road discussion, okay?
I'm on vacation that week, but I may be able to get here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So where does that put us here?
And I know that we're not on the agenda, but you referenced to what's coming on Carberry. One of the things that we propose to do is to lay out a schedule of meeting functions, so we just don't have a free-for-all of a public hearing. We'll have specific topics on specific nights with follow-ups due thereafter.
So
And we'll
just,
propose that as part of the schedule.
right, just so the board knows that also we've had conversations that we want to make sure the application is complete, and we want to make sure that Bill and Lauren have a chance to review it. And so they had hoped to be here for tonight or in July, but now they're hopeful for August. But if it's not complete and they haven't had their chance to review it, it'll get pushed to September. Okay.
We're planning to be here for a presentation on the 23rd of August. Semi-final draft, here's where we're at. Give you a chance to comment. We'll incorporate last sets of comments, hopefully into the final form. Our goal is to file for August 31, which would authorize the start of a public hearing on September 27th. And then we'll move through with it however meetings are necessary. And we have a neighbor meeting next week. August 1, the neighborhood's been invited to a meeting. We've already met with Traffic Advisory Committee, Historical Commission, Shade Tree Advisory Committee, the other advisory groups that are identified in the zoning. We've met with them, with soliciting comment, so that we'll already have had a set of comments. And I know that we asked you to consider hiring consultants now so that the consultants are on board, ready to review technical material, particularly the stormwater and that stuff. But when the application comes in, as opposed to hiring post-receipt of application, so that they can start their
Okay, so you've jumped to our new business item of accepting the peer review consultants. But I know Brian doesn't want
Motion to
us.
defer.
Thanks, Ned.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk about that. All right, so zoning articles,
Yeah.
Brian?
All right, so we've got 3 to talk about. Apparently, if we're going by agenda, we're starting with the long one.
You can pick which one,
we'll
we can
start with the
reorder them,
long one.
okay?
So traffic mitigation, we've talked about this a lot. We've had it on the warrant twice, we've pulled it twice. And the reason we pulled it twice is because we were creating a revolving fund, but we weren't creating a mechanism by which to fill the revolving fund, which is what this does. So the revolving fund language is actually your last page. This would be a separate article. It's very similar to the one that we've already created. I'll explain the difference. And then the long part of it in front of it is the mechanism by which we would create funds to put into the revolving fund. I'll give a little bit of background. I reviewed data that Lauren pulled together for me that on different communities that have done this. It included Marshfield, Waltham, Woburn, Needham, Lexington, and several others. There's been a lot of Natick, Framingham are also in there. There's been a lot of work by communities to create these type of funds. There's no real legal mechanism in Massachusetts general laws that allows for this. There's no real legal mechanism in Massachusetts general laws that doesn't allow for this. So these are kind of skating on gray area. They haven't been challenged by any developers, and arguably the more that are created and not challenged, the more precedence there is and the more sure-footedness there is. If we bring this forward to town meeting, I would want John Flynn to stand up and speak to the legality or grayness of the legality of this. So putting that aside just for the moment, just going to the revolving fund first. The idea has been in previous boards and I think in discussions preliminarily on this board, creating a revolving fund to have an opportunity for this board or other special granting authorities. This would not exclude ZBA from creating a fund that a developer could pay into in lieu of or in part in lieu of actually performing mitigation on their as part of their development. This is a mechanism that would create a fund of money which we could, as a town, use to create bigger improvements or do studies that would offset the mitigation of specific projects. Using Carberry as example, Carberry will not apply to this because this will not in any way exist before Carberry. If Carberry were to say, hey, in lieu of putting in sidewalks on this historic scenic road, which is not going to be allowed, we will fund X number of dollars into this fund so that you can work on widening or traffic signals or something. I'm just making stuff up. This fund would then allow us to, we would then contribute the money to this revolving fund. We would have it at our discretion to spend towards those type of mitigation efforts. We would have to have very specific parameters that we would have to achieve in doing that, including when we had to spend the money by, and if we didn't spend it by that date, how we would give it back. And I tried to cover all that in here. So, and some of that is this additional language they added at the beginning here is all of this monies which are contributed need to be transferred to a fund and they need to be able to be improved. So a lot of the language that got added to this was due to the requirements of the documents that Lauren put together from MAPC for me saying, if you want your fund to survive a challenge, these are the things that need to be in it. So that's what I've tried to do in these documents. So before I go on, is everybody generally in support of this type of fund and this type of instrument to so fund the fund?
So I'm 100% in support. I think that this would work similar to payments to the Affordable Housing Trust, for instance. And I think that this community has a major problem with traffic, and I think I'm the board's representative on the Capital Planning Committee, and there's never even close to enough resources to cover all of the things that we need to do, not only to maintain our network of roads that we have today, but to make improvements that everybody would like to see: complete streets adoption, traffic calming, improved signalization, all the things that can improve traffic flow. So I am 100% in support. Thank you for all your efforts.
Okay, so my proposal would be to just kind of rip through this and explain what I did and then see if there are any questions. There's a couple of alternatives.
Could I go over some of my questions, and then maybe as you go through it, you'll be able
I can
to
answer
point
them.
out the answers, because I totally agree, we do need town council to explain the legality of
Yep.
it, because that's something that.
I didn't send this to town council. I expect that anything we vote on, at least the three that I put forward tonight, are going to be anything I would move would be subject to review of town council and his modifications, because I didn't want to spend the town's money reviewing 6 pages of documents unless the board was generally supportive of it. So, sorry, just
No, that's fine. Yeah, because my challenge is I'm not a traffic expert and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm looking at 6 pages and I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna, fly, and you don't want to do any harm.
Right.
Because I definitely appreciate the concept, and I would like to see a fund to do these things that you're describing. So, one thing about the way that it's worded, and I could be wrong, is that it seems to shift the traffic study assessment and funding to the selectmen. Or I would prefer that planning any new development, I would want the planning board to have the oversight, because I think new traffic should fall more under planning than under selectmen's oversight.
Okay, I would agree with you. So as we go through this, if you wouldn't mind pointing that spot out, I think we should adjust that language, because I think I may have made it a joint
Right.
approval.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't
You think it should be
that's
planning board?
necessary.
Okay, so let's, okay.
May I just add a comment to that? One thing to think about is DPW is under the Board of Selectmen, or at least the town administrator, and certain things like sidewalk improvements, they definitely, on roadways, they all fall under DPW. So we might want to think about that too.
So maybe there is something like specific to that, but you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I mean, my experience in Milton, and we have a brand new Board of Selectmen, so we can't rely on experience, is that, typically it's deferential to the planning board when it comes to planning matters. And it is a joint approval, so if the planning board said, no, the selectmen couldn't go forward without us, that goes vice versa. Man, I gotta think that if the selectmen were against it and therefore DPW was against it, the planning board probably wouldn't support it either. So anyway, I hear what you're saying. I certainly don't want to take us out of the process.
So that's just something I was
Okay.
thinking about. And then you said that I was looking for it, but I just want to see that requirement of the, independent traffic studies and peer reviews when necessary, like the carburet. I just want to see that language as we walk through it. And, let's see, I also just really want the language to be really clear for the public. So I don't know if that's John Flynn that could help us clarify the language, or if that's someone else, but that's just something I want to do with all zoning going forward, is make it as clear as possible, so there's.
So it's probably not a lawyer making that easier to read, but I hear you.
Marian's getting a good laugh in back there.
And then I think it would be great if we could have if there was any traffic expert feedback that could be presented during the public hearing process. I think that would help.
So that's in here for sure, so
Okay.
that's great.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep,
Like
I do.
when the public's here, they can understand how this will actually.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So essentially what this does is any planned unit development or an overlay district. So this would apply to things like Carberry or the 40R or whatever, where special permit is required for the construction of alteration of a principal use. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. That will result in the increase of gross area. So these are the triggers. In a planned unit development district, in an overlay district, a special permit is required, and you're increasing the existing floor area by 10%, or you're requiring the addition of 10 or more parking spaces. I missed the word spaces there. And that will result upon full completion in 75, or that will result in completion of 7,500 square feet or more gross floor area. The 10 parking spaces is the real grabber here. I mean, just about anything you do on a large scale is going to require 10 or more parking spaces. So hopefully that's the real grab, but I think 7,500 square feet is pretty reasonable in Milton, and 10% of existing floor area is pretty reasonable. Purpose, I largely took this purpose language from other towns and adjusted it for Milton. So I essentially you are required to have, as MAPC says, if you want your language to survive a challenge, you need to specify a purpose. So I brought in this purpose language. There may be things we are missing here, although I feel like I was pretty comprehensive by looking at all these different communities, some of which are urban, some of which are suburban, and really culling it down. But I'd be interested if there's something that you feel like is really missing, let me know. Traffic impact mitigation also seeks to aid Milton businesses. This is another thing that was in a couple of the communities. In addition to helping all of the residents and promoting traffic safety, we also want to make sure that people are able to get to work, that we are expanding the amount of people who can work at our town businesses, that we're making getting to work more efficient, and that we're providing transportation services outside of driving. So that's really where those things come in. Your development traffic impact standard, this is where I think we really want to spend our time, some of these type of things. So what this says is that this is essentially saying this is what the planning board's criteria is going to be for evaluating whether or not a developer needs to mitigate, or whether their project is causing any harm, to use your words, Danny, about not causing any harm. So the level of service of intersections. The level of service is an industry term. That's how they measure the performance of industry. So your traffic engineer will come out and say your intersection is performing at A, B, C, D, E, or F, and it's obviously A is best, F is worst, just like school. So this is essentially saying that if your project reduces the level of service one level beyond the existing grade. So if you're a B today and you go to a C, you're not adequate. If you're a D today and you go to an F, you're not adequate. And in any case, the LOS should never be below a C for scenic and residential streets, or D for all other new intersections. So that says, all right, even if you're going in, say it's Carberry, if you're at Carberry and you go from C, you go from, I guess, C to D, theoretically, you're sort of okay on this because you're not going beyond one level of reduction, but you're a scenic road, so you have to stay at C. So that's what this is saying. So this is just putting forward the criteria for the planning board to say you can't fall below a certain threshold or you're going to trigger mitigation. The next one is another level of criteria, which is any intersection that is projected to receive at least 60 additional vehicle trips during peak hour traffic over the no-build condition, or intersections projected to receive an additional 5% of anticipated daily or peak hour traffic over the no-build condition due to contribution of traffic by the proposed development. So today, you've got 100 cars going through an intersection at the peak hour. After this project, you've got 75, you fail. You have to now mitigate because you're generating more than 1 car a minute, which is what the 60 is. A lot of the towns are using 120, 240, 300 cars as their threshold. I use 60, which is very low. It's a low threshold for the developer to have to achieve. Something lower than that feels a little aggressive because 60 cars during peak hour traffic, that's 1 car a minute. So I think if you're putting 1 car a minute through an intersection, that feels like that's okay to me. We can certainly debate it on the board here. We can say it's 30, we can say it's 0. But 1 car a minute felt like it was probably okay to me. And then again, 5% over the daily anticipated. If you're generating 100 cars today and you're going to generate 105, okay. If you generate 106, you're in for mitigation. So that's what this development traffic impact is talking about. Termination of a traffic impact. Denny, this is what you were speaking to. This is an application for a special permit for a project is going to require the following in order to be a complete application. The first one is a traffic impact assessment documenting existing traffic conditions.
Can you tell me where you are exactly?
Yeah, sorry. Page 2,
Yep,
about halfway down, it says determination of traffic impact.
okay, thank you.
So your engineer your applicant's engineer is going to have to document the existing traffic conditions. They're also going to have to determine projected traffic conditions, projected impact of proposed development, and then the mitigation measures they're going to implement in order to offset their traffic so that it's at an adequate level, which is what we were just talking about. They're going to determine the scope prior to even conducting that, going through the town engineer. So the town engineer is going to say, these are the intersections that are impacted by your project. These are the intersections you have to study. It's determined by Milton's town engineer, not by the traffic engineer. We will then, to Denny's point, so now I'm going to page 3, Denny.
Yep.
Where we go off, we come off the tab. It says the SPGA shall have the option to require a peer review of the traffic impact statement by a registered professional traffic engineer of its choosing at the applicant's expense. So we can, on any application, we can say, you have to get a peer review. Here's our peer reviewer. We're hiring them. You're paying for them. And that peer review will review everything that's covered in A through E above. Establishment of TDM goals and requirements. This is part of MAPC again. You're not allowed to require an applicant to implement TDM, but you can strongly encourage it as part of your application process. And this essentially lays out different ways of offsetting traffic that don't involve necessarily mitigation. Providing staggered work hours if you're a business, providing preferential parking for all employees carpooling, providing cash incentives for carpooling, providing shuttle and van service from public transportation, providing work-at-home options, providing subsidized public transportation, providing bicycle parking and storage, showers and lockers for bicyclists, a public bicycle sharing program, connectivity between bike storage sites and bike pathways, a fully connected sidewalk network, bicycle lanes. All of these things encourage people to stay out of their cars. So, and they run the gamut from business focused to residentially and business focused with all the bike recommendations. So again, you can't require these, but in your application, if an applicant is smart, they're going to say, we've included the following TDM measures to offset our mitigation, because the planning board in this is saying you really ought to do that. So it's going to make their application look better. Then we get into the mitigation payments, and this is where the fun really comes in. So in lieu of an applicant performing all or part of the mitigation measures which have been made a condition of the special permit, which is basically your traffic engineer is saying you have to do these to offset your traffic, the special permit granting authority may require the applicant to make a contribution to the Traffic Safety and Infrastructure Fund of an amount at its discretion equal to a maximum of. So I'm going to delay that for a second. Let's use East Milton for an example. We know there's efforts to change signalization in East Milton, and yet the town has an approximate amount of money that they want to spend on that. And an applicant says, in order to offset our traffic, we're going to do the following 3 things to Adams Street. The special permit granting authority could then say, actually, we'd rather you just contribute the value of that to our costs to fixing the traffic signal, which will do more to offset your mitigation. So that would be one of the ways that we could use these type of funds to our advantage. A specific project might not be able to afford to change the light, or its project might not trigger the level that would require a light, but maybe 6 projects aggregated together can pay for the light or offset significantly the cost of the light, and as a group, they may generate enough traffic that changing that light makes sense. So it's a way for us to do a more effective and more thoughtful improvement to East Milton or where any intersection in town by aggregating resources of many different developers into a single fund. The mitigation payments I'm recommending, I have 2 alternatives. I sort of listened to what we talked about last time. I tried to keep it away from FAR to avoid residential conflicts. One is $300 per parking space for any commercial manufacturing or retail use, $300 per loading dock for any distribution or warehouse facility, and $450 per residential unit, knowing that there would probably be less parking required for residential. And then I did suggest, you can cross out Woburn there, but I did suggest that I took Woburn's language to say that we would prorate the ratios. So if you have a mixed-use project, you'd apply $450 to the residential piece and $300 to the rest. The alternative would be to go by gross building area. So it would be $3 per square foot of buildings for office, retail, manufacturing, distribution, $1 per square foot for multifamily dwellings. I like the first one better because it feels like it's more directly related to traffic when you're talking about parking space versus square footage. It captures, for instance, restaurants, the real true impact of a restaurant better than square footage was. If you have a 10,000 square foot restaurant and a 10,000 square foot office, they're both contributing the same amount. If you're under square footage, if you're talking about based on parking spaces, you're going to get at least 2 times and maybe 3 times more for a restaurant, and that's where the real traffic impact's coming. So I like parking space, but I wanted to give us an alternative. The balance of this really just talks about, is just language that, and this is where I want John Flynn to weigh in heavily, but this is really just legal language that came out of MAPC recommendations saying how to treat the money, what you need to do to the money, requirements for the monetary contributions. This is at the bottom of page 5. The SPGA must establish a clear and proximate link between the impact of development and how we're going to spend the money. Establish a well-defined process to monitor progress, specify a time frame, hold the revenue in a special account, and ensure a clear transfer of responsibility in the event of a change of ownership. Those are 5 things that you have to do as the special permit granting authority in any of these cases to make sure that we are legally doing what we're supposed to do. And then the last page is really just our language that I took again from MAPC that we may want to look at for other special permits in the future that just sort of talks about no building permit shall be issued without surety, without a performance bond, no occupancy permits until mitigation is performed and until everything's tested. And then if the applicant fails to complete any mitigation, the town shall be authorized to complete the measures with the surety payments. We've actually had a problem with that in the past where we held money, but we weren't authorized to spend it to fix the project. So this would actually allow us to, if the applicant didn't do his work, we could take his bond and go do the work. So hopefully that makes gives us a little bit more of a complete parachute if we don't get what we think we're getting. That's a nutshell. I know it's a lot. You really have to read it to really digest it. I think my recommendation would be, and what I would ask the board to consider doing tonight is moving this forward for submission to the warrant, provided that we have an opportunity between now and August 13th to give John Flynn the opportunity to comment. Since we now have August 8th, as long as we're sure we're going to meet on August 8th, if people really want an opportunity to dig into this language and we can talk about it again, that would be fine. But I would really like to see it move forward to the warrant and go through the process to hopefully get this thing up and live before too many more projects go forward without having an opportunity to apply this.
2 comments. One is, I don't want to wait till August 13th because we've been talking about this for 2 years. And I think that, as we discussed earlier, there's a lot to discuss on this still. But I think that we have a process to do that between now and October. So I would prefer that we take a vote on this tonight. But the other thing I just want to clarify is that in this first opening paragraph, you say the special permit granting authority may require this, which gives us the discretion, if it's a small project or whatever,
To not have to do any of it.
to say we're going to waive this requirement,
Right.
which, okay.
I did actually change that. It was shall.
Shall, yeah.
And I changed it to may. So
Yeah.
that we, per our last discussion.
Yeah, thank
you
you.
for calling that out.
No, thank you very much. Those are my comments. I still support it.
Rich, do you have a comment?
I support it. I think it's great.
Then do you have further questions or comments?
I'm spinning for it. I'm just trying to find the selectmen planning board.
I saw that, Denny.
Let's see, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I meant to point it out.
I
Let's see.
zoned out after
I
that.
actually started looking at it quickly and
Me
now I gotta
too.
go back. It's where we talk about how we
Page
decide.
5.
Distribution
when
of
to spend
funds?
money.
Yeah.
Page, it starts with the fund shall be held separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, second sentence, any monies in said fund shall be expended only at the direction of the planning board and board of selectmen and in accordance with the requirements for monetary contributions specified herein, which are on page. I don't know, but they're in here somewhere.
All right, I don't have a suggested tweak to that at the moment, but I would try to think
Sorry,
of one
they're
to
very
address.
below that. Requirements for monetary contributions are right below that.
And then just a tiny thing, you said establishment of TDM goals. I didn't know what TDM was until the next sentence with the transportation demand management. So it's just like
We should just bring that up, I agree. Yep,
Yeah.
bring
I'm
that
sorry,
up
what
on
page
the-
was that,
I'll
Denny?
just try to look for things like that if that's helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful,
But-
because I've read it 10 times. So I see what you're saying. So this right here should go up to here. And then this should just say TDM. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll just try to read it for
That'd be really
common
helpful.
user reader.
yeah.
Brian, while you're on that topic, you mentioned that the planning board cannot require, but it says the planning board shall have the discretion to demand. Is that a change of term?
That's something I'd want John Flynn to look at. I was trying to find something stronger than suggest or encourage.
I left a question mark there. I was thinking
That's a
of
good question. I think that's something to ask John Flynn specifically. So I'm happy to send this. I can make these couple of changes and then send it to John Flynn, or I can send it to Cheryl with specific questions for John Flynn to send to John Flynn if we vote the way I hope to vote in the next minute or two. Thank you.
April?
So I just want to follow up. I support Denny's comment about the planning board. I mean, I would really love to see the planning board have authority over this.
So why don't we
Perhaps in
take? I'm fine
consultation
with
or
taking-
something?
I'm fine with taking the selectmen out. I think we just need to be prepared to potentially put them back in. That's
Yeah,
all.
I mean,
So-
I just don't, I think the more bureaucracy can kind of sometimes get in the way,
I'm
get in
fine
the
with
way
having
of
it be
progress.
selectmen. I'm fine of having it be planning board, so I'll just take Ann selectmen out for now.
I just will go back to, and maybe we can think of some language in consultation with,
With the advisor.
head of the DPW or something, because they might be working on a
that's-
project that's
that's
already
That's
in
a
the
good idea.
neighborhood.
So why don't we
and-
add in consultation with
The
the head
Department of Public
DPW.
Works, yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. I like that.
That's even better because
Because,
it's direct.
exactly, and he's the one putting together a 5-year master plan. He knows what he
Exactly.
needs to do.
Yep,
Yeah, that
I
makes
agree.
much more sense.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, so any further discussion? Then I'll take a motion.
I'll make the motion, unless you want to make it.
I'll make it just because I
Yeah,
kept
you make it.
kept the changes. So I'll make the motion as amended, which includes adding the word spaces to page 1 after 10 or more parking, fixing the TDM goals and requirements to be more clear about what the definition is earlier, getting clarification about the word demand from John Flynn, striking the town or the city of Woburn from after our mitigation payments, adding in consultation with the head of DPW and striking and Board of Selectmen on page 5, second sentence, and
Do you need to remove the alternative languge?
removing
Italics.
the alternative language and going with parking spaces. Is that are you agreeing to?
Can you add, where you struck and Board of Selectmen at the direction of the planning board in consultation with the head of,
It says only at the direction of the planning board in consultation with the head of the DPW.
or something like that?
With the head of the town DPW. That's how I think it's usually referred to. For submission to the Board of Selectmen from the planning board for inclusion, both of these, there's two separate. One is revolving fund language, one is traffic impact mitigation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Seeing none, all
And
right.
I voted yes, sorry. I didn't say
Okay,
anything.
all right. All
Um,
right, it's 10:07. We're past our 10 o'clock time frame, and we have a few other things on the agenda. Is everyone good to keep going?
I really want to get to the public who's been waiting?
So,
I mean, I know you worked on a few things, but I just feel like
that's,
when somebody sees their neighborhood on an agenda, they,
so Brian, can we move to next, or take out of order the,
Yeah, as long as we go back to it.
on the
before we go-
zoning, the
before we go home
nursery
tonight.
and agriculture use because it's under zoning, and then go to Avenue A?
Yeah, as long as we come
that-
back to it tonight, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Is everybody, Danny, does that address your concern? Okay, so I believe Marion is here to speak to this. Marion McKettrick?
actually need to recuse myself because I'm the abutter to the abutter of this.
No, this is not.
This is agriculture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet.
Sorry, I'm trying to get you up.
Although we are eager to get to that because,
That'll
but
be
that's
next.
okay, I know you have a busy agenda. Thank you. I think that what you've asked me to come up and speak about now is just a memo that I sent to the planning board about,
Oh, so
no, it's not, we're not on yet.
you'll be next.
After this, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank
There we
you for
go.
your patience, everyone.
So I think each of you has a copy of my memo. Actually, it's a memo to Joe Prondak. And I met with Joe. So what I'm looking at is simply the fact that I have represented their nursery since they received their special permit for landscaping, and I am currently representing Thomas Nursery and Landscaping. They will be coming in with an application for a landscaping permit. And in the course of doing that, I've been reviewing the town's bylaws about nursery and farming. And so it's not a direct relationship, other than the fact that both of those businesses have a mixed site. They don't just do landscaping. And so this issue has been of interest to me. And so the language in the general laws is somewhat different than the language in our bylaws. That's what my memo's about. And I gave you, I wrote out what was in the general laws, most of it anyway. I wrote out what's in our bylaws. And then I said, I think the language in each should be more consistent because the town's bylaws cannot restrict more than the general laws. However, the building commissioner nevertheless, even if the town's bylaws do that, the building commissioner is supposed to observe what's in the general laws or whatever the rules are about not further restricting zoning according to what the general laws allow. But when you have bylaws that don't clearly state what's allowed and what isn't allowed in a way that's consistent with the general laws, it is confusing to townspeople, it's confusing to applicants, it's confusing to me, and probably over the years it's caused perhaps some inconsistency in the way decisions have been made. Also, the farming statutes have changed over the years. The amount of area that you have to say that you're running a farm has changed. And so what I'm asking you to do is to read my memo, not necessarily, and this is what I asked Joe Prondak to do, but he hasn't had a chance really to sit down with me and discuss it at length. I suggested some language changes because I think it's easier to start if you have something in front of you. I'm not saying that that's the best way or that the language is exactly right. I had a quick discussion with Joe Prondak. He said, yes, he thinks the language is inconsistent. Yes, we should work on it. And so I would be asking the planning board to put this on your agenda for continued study and work. And I'm hoping that if the bylaws do need to be amended in this regard, that we can do it. You can't do it for October because you're going to lose the deadline. And also, you need a little time. I mean, it's a language issue, basically. So it has to be reviewed again by town council. And certainly, the building commissioner needs to think about this language because he's the one who works with all these applicants. If you do have a special town meeting in January or February, you could have a bylaw amendment at that time. I think it would be possible to do that. I'm sending you the memo as an attorney who's worked on these issues. I happen to be reading the bylaw. I was puzzled and confused about some of the language. I'm not representing anybody in particular in bringing this issue forward. And I do want to make sure you understand that this doesn't really affect landscaping because landscaping is covered by its own special permit, part of the bylaw. Where it may become an issue is where somebody has a site where they're doing what could be called nursery use or might be farm use, depending on how it's defined and you know, what is allowed under those different definitions of uses. And in that regard, it can be pretty confusing. So I think it needs to be looked at. And I think it's kind of interesting. We don't have a bunch of big farms in Milton, but the farming protections in state law extend to any type of farming, even on a very small site. It's just that if you're doing farming on a site that's less than 2 acres, let's say you take a portion of your lot and you decide you want to grow something on it, you can't have a building, and you can't sell other items. You can only sell what you produce on the lot, but you are allowed to sell what you produce. So you could grow summer squash, and you know, have a special type of summer squash, and every summer you could have a little rolling cart and put it out and sell your summer squash. It's almost like, you know, a lemonade stand, but it's a little different. That's the kind of protection the farming has compared to other activities. But it also has limitations, the definition. So I'm asking you to take this to make this part of your upcoming agendas. Maybe not I guess your next meeting's the 8th, next one after that's the 23rd. You're still getting ready for October town meeting, but I don't want to forget about it. And I've given you this, so I think this is a starting point. What I could do is, I'll be meeting with Joe Prondak. I'm hoping and expecting that Joe Prondak might get back to you with some ideas and recommendations. That's the procedure that I think works well. Yeah.
Bill?
I spoke to Mr. Prondak about this, and he very much agrees with Attorney McGetrick. His comment was he completely understands that there are differences between what our zoning says and what the state allows. And he knows that we cannot, one should not be we should not be trying to trump the state. We have to accept what the state allows. He does, but he agrees with going and making the changes to the zoning that would put us in line with the state regulations.
Well, it seems like a similar issue as the temporary sign bylaw that we discussed earlier, where we want to have our bylaw be kept current, right? And so
He
if the
has
state
been doing it, he did read it, he just hasn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, in generally speaking, I think the idea makes a lot of sense. The more clarity we can get in the zoning, the more consistent with state law, the better off everyone will be, because it does make the building commissioner have to sort of defend decisions, right, when the bylaw says one thing and people read the bylaw and they don't know the state law. And even reading your memo, which I did, you know, there's, it seems to me, a lot of confusion and a lot of legal back and forth. And so I definitely think that we would need attorney advice on how to clear this up. And if you work with Mr. Prondak and then town council, I think it would be hard for us to actually trump that kind of legal expertise. But I think in terms of personally, and we'll gauge everyone else, I'm very supportive of the idea to do this. Brian?
I'm supportive. I read your memo fast. I need to read it in more detail because I was confused. Not because it was confusing, but because I was reading it quickly.
Yeah.
And so I understand the merits of it. I caution, my caution to you is that we've got a lot going on, and so I think it's very important, but I'm not sure it's going to rise to our highest priority. So if working with our nursery constituents and with Mr. Prondak, and to the extent necessary with Mr. Flynn, that you can bring something forward to this board that's very much advised and informed by those parties, I think this board will be very receptive to the conversation. I just don't know how much back we have to put into this when you look at everything else we've talked about tonight.
Yeah, I thank you.
Or even
I
expertise,
understand.
which is what I was...
And expertise. That's a good point.
Okay. Debbie?
So I read your memo too, and so I understand that you're arguing that the town bylaw shouldn't be stricter than the general state law.
Well, it's a general principle that home rule, which is what you decide to do within your town or your municipality, can't trump state law. So if state law establishes certain parameters for what you're allowed to do under zoning, you can't say that someone can do less than that. What you can do is you can say that someone can do more than that.
Okay.
The town's bylaw can be more liberal, and ours is in some cases. And some people, it's sometimes hard to understand, but it goes back to 1938. But you can't do less. So when state law changes, sometimes we don't always catch up, but you need to go back and look. And in this case, I think maybe we didn't revise the bylaw when the state law changed.
Are
That's
you
all.
also arguing for nurseries and landscape companies to have the same rules across the town? That's the board.
Well, in general, there is a bylaw that addresses nursery, but the interesting thing is that a nursery is the distinction between, it has to do with the area that's being cultivated, whether something's a farm or it's a nursery, and it's more complex than that. So, I think you need as much information as possible if anyone's going to come back to you with a proposal to revise the zoning. But yes, I feel, of course, I always feel that the same enterprise or activity that's governed by zoning should be treated the same way across the town. But I do realize it gets complicated because some sites have joint activities, some don't, some are small, some are large. You have to look at all the factors, and that's what the building inspector has to do when he gets an application, and it's pretty complex.
Well, I'm looking forward to
Okay.
Some of these are as simple as the state used to say 5 acres, now it says 2. We say 5, we need to go back to 2. So, we want to allow smaller, we could allow small. We need to think that one through. We just want to make ours consistent with the state and then put in our regulations.
Got it.
Rich or April?
I totally support making it consistent, but I actually support moving on with the conversation. I can't tackle this tonight.
No, I didn't expect you to.
Okay.
Thank you for talking about it at all,
And,
with everything else you have in front of you.
So, Marion, now, you're here for the next item.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna, for the public, I'm gonna butter to the abutter of the proponent. So I'm going to recuse myself because we are in a shared covenant too.
Okay, thank you.
And so I turn this off. Try to see if that-
Turn it off and take it with you, or,
Is that out?
yeah, if it's red, it's off, yeah.
So I'm Marion McKettrick, as you know. I represent Arthur and Susan Murphy, who own a lot at the end of Avenue A. You've heard all about this before because I've been to see you about this. And what we have discussed is the Murphys' desire to create a simple subdivision, dividing their lot in 2. They'd like to create a lot so one of their children can build a house next to them. They recently bought the property 2 years ago, and they are renovating the existing house. And we met with the planning board, and we discussed doing an A&R application. We discussed the fact that that end of Avenue A, which is a private way, which would provide frontage if it were properly designed for the new lot and the existing lot, is not in as good a condition as the rest of Avenue A. So we came to you in part to ask you, what do you think we need to do to the rest of to the end of Avenue A for you to consider approving an A&R lot here? And so we, the Murphys have, and their budding neighbor, Peter Hicks, did develop a roadway plan based on what the planning board told us. And they have that plan, so they have a roadway improvement plan. I'm not here tonight really to talk about specifics. I'm really here to ask you, as I did in my memo, to consider whether the best approach for this lot division is an A&R plan or whether it might be an 81R subdivision application where you would have to grant a lot of waivers. It wouldn't be like a conventional subdivision application. And the reason, quite simply, is that to do an A&R lot here, because the Murphys, in a 1960 A&R approval, are on a lot that never had the proper frontage. It has 20 feet of frontage because it's at the end of Avenue A. Nevertheless, the planning board in 1960 granted A&R approval. A piece of land was taken off their lot, and their remaining lot where their house was built at that time has 20 feet of frontage on Avenue A. So that's an existing situation, existing condition, and a decision by the planning board. It wasn't a subdivision decision. It was a subdivision approval not required decision. Coming back to the present, if the Murphys do a subdivision application, but in a way that requires very little change except what's absolutely necessary to the right-of-way. Because nobody, we don't think, in the neighborhood, and certainly not the Murphys, want to change the way this looks as you approach the lot on the private way. If they do a subdivision, if you look at the drawing up on the board, they can create the frontage for their lots on the cul-de-sac, which is a pretty standard way of creating frontage at the end of a way in a subdivision. And they will also create a much better and more generous turnaround for fire engines, which doesn't currently exist. Where the cul-de-sac is right now is where the Murphy's driveway currently is. So Avenue A ends, and the driveway begins and extends into the lot already. So even when we first looked at this, we looked at it with the building inspector and discussed it, and he said, well, gee, the obvious way of creating the two lots and creating frontage would be to extend Avenue A into the lot. But a subdivision application is a different kind of application. We have a lot of subdivision regulations, as all towns do. So a conventional subdivision application would simply, if you followed all the rules, you would ruin this area, basically. I mean, this is not what people want here. It's not what the area is like. You don't want lights along the road. You really don't want sidewalks. You don't want any wider pavement than you really need. Absolutely have to have reasonably safe access. The second factor that the board asked us to look at last fall was the fact that there's a neighbor who has enough land to do more lots, Peter Hicks, and Peter Hicks has indicated that at some point he might develop, if he can get an A&R approval, 2 more lots on his land, and they would have frontage on Avenue A. That's why one reason we went into some extensive discussion about, yes, what might be necessary what improvements might be necessary to the roadway. Allowing I wouldn't say allowing, this is not an application at this point. If you encourage us to look at the possibility of an 81R application, the Murphys do not then have to buy substantial land on either side of Avenue A to create frontage. They don't have to spend that money buying land. And the land is land that they would not be using to access their lot, because they're going to use the existing Avenue A and an extension of their driveway onto their land, no matter what, to access their land. The frontage just has to create access that's possible, reasonably possible. You don't have to use it. Instead of doing that, and we had a meeting about this a couple of weeks ago, they feel that the amount of money they have to spend, which is substantial to buy this land, might be better applied to either a maintenance fund and repairs, or to Avenue A, or something that the neighbors feel is really needed, as opposed to buying land that they're not going to use. The second benefit to not having to buy the frontage is that the Schellers, you remember they had a subdivision, A&R plan that you approved last year, and they have 2 lots down towards Brush Hill Road that are going to be developed, have sold a lot to DCR. And the second part of that transaction is, at the end of 2018, the Schellers, who are, they're up above and to the right of where the lot is at the end there, where the cul-de-sac is. The Schellers have to convey a remaining part of their land, some part of it that's on Avenue A, to DCR. And in their agreement with DCR, there's a clause that says they can allow the Murphys to acquire part of that land if they need it for frontage. So they would then receive less land, and some of the frontage would go to the Murphys, but they wouldn't actually have to use it. They'd have to own it, though, because that's how you can do an A&R approval. So one benefit of not having to create that frontage is that all of the land then would be conveyed to DCR. So the amount of land DCR gets would be larger. Finally, so from a theoretical standpoint, I just tried to address in my memo, which isn't too long, why I thought 81R might be justifiable. There have to be benefits conferred, and usually one of them is that you're creating lots that are larger than what they have to be. So we have a 6 point something lot here. It's going to be divided into 2. each lot will be approximately 3 acres, which is more than what Milton requires and much more than what Canton requires. The lot division would be half in Canton and half in Milton, so both Milton and Canton planning boards have to approve whatever plan is arrived at. It's kind of a complicated process just to do one lot. In addition to that benefit, the creation of a maintenance fund or specific improvements that are requested by neighbors on this way, if that's what people want to see happen, would be a benefit that would not otherwise be affordable, in addition to the cost of fixing the road the way the planning board's going to require it to be fixed anyway, and buying the land, which is at least well over $100,000. I mean, we don't know yet. It's a matter of negotiation. It's also very complicated laying out the frontage, but it can be done, particularly if the land comes from either party on either side. I think, let me just look at what else I said here. You've got the memo, but there's an additional factor that I probably didn't talk about too much previously is this lot's already restricted by a recorded covenant. It can only be divided into two. It cannot be further subdivided or developed. That's a covenant that was entered into by the Langevins, who owned this lot previously, and some of their neighbors on the Canton side. And so it's already restricted, and that's the kind of restriction that normally could be associated with an 81R subdivision process. And finally, it's kind of weird, that's about all I can say about it, that in 1960, the planning board approved an A&R. They issued an A&R approval without saying that there had to be any frontage created, other than the 20 feet that existed. It's not unusual, and it was a long time ago. I mean, all kinds of things happen. And my point is really that it does put the present owner in a more difficult position, because not only do they have to create frontage for a new lot, they have to create their own frontage. So it's a little bit strange, and might be one justification for taking this other approach. In any case, if the planning board wants us to look at doing this, it doesn't change anything that we've already discussed. The advantage is that if you do a subdivision approval, the planning board can condition the approval on the roadway improvements. If you do an A&R approval, you're supposed to have done the road's supposed to be in the condition that makes it accessible and safe. And we've talked about this already, and it's a bit of a dilemma in this situation. You want some improvements, that we've already talked about that. You could probably say to us, we think we want you to do X, Y, and Z, but this is a single lot owner, and I'm asking him to pay between $30,000 and $50,000 probably to create these improvements on the roadway without knowing whether he has approval yet. So I find the other route to be a more logical one, but it will require that the planning board consider granting waivers of most of the subdivision requirements. And it also requires, I wanted to bring it to you to consider and think about, but the first step for the Murphys would be to go back to their neighbors and explain what they're talking about here, and see whether they think it's a good idea, or if they see drawbacks or problems or concerns. If there's something substantial that arises from that discussion, we're going to be just in the A&R mode anyway. So the neighbors will be the first part of the discussion. But I would like to get some indication from the planning board whether you think this makes some sense, whether you think some of the issues I mentioned in this memo, would be a reason to try this route.
Bill?
One, both of these houses will be in Canton. Two, the process is also being mirrored. What they're doing in Milton, they're also doing in Canton. So it's not a simple process of just come here, you give them permission. They're doing the same thing in Canton, because the lots are primarily in Canton. The frontage is in Milton, but the lots are primarily in Canton. That line that comes down right there, that's the town boundary line. So all of the frontage here for this house is here. The frontage for this house is here. So,
I have a question for you then.
go ahead.
A house that sits in Canton
Yep.
but straddles the line.
Yep.
What town does that house count towards the affordable housing inventory for?
I'm not sure if that question's ever come up, at least to me.
It's a unit in your town, so it must be a percentage of a unit.
Both houses look like they're entirely in Canton.
Right, so they're entirely in Canton, right? So,
They wouldn't count, they wouldn't make us worse.
So none of them do.
I mean, it's a minuscule amount.
It
Just
is.
asking the question.
I don't know, we'd have to ask Denny, because hers is.
It probably wouldn't put us in a worse position.
Ask her at the citizens speak next meeting. Okay, thank you.
Now, you understand, though, the reason it goes to both planning boards is not, it doesn't have to do with where the house is. It has to do with the fact that you're creating a new lot line in both towns. So when you create a new lot line, the town has to approve the division of the lot.
So when you go to Canton, you're really going for, I forget the mechanism, but you're just going to move a lot line or create a lot line.
Yes.
You're not necessarily going for a subdivision or an A&R in Canton, that's all done
Well,
in R.
no, it has to be called something, so it's going to be
So
called
it's
the
the-
same thing it's called here.
Okay.
The application form will be the same. I did meet with the.
Because it's a new lot line.
For the same
not a
reason that
rezone.
when you file for an A and R here, it says it doesn't
So
comply
it's not
with.
just a Form A
Right.
lot line reload, it's, you're creating a new lot.
No, well, I believe it should be, I'm assuming that I'm going to do the same application in both towns. And I talked to the planning director last year about this, and from Canton, and her recommendation was that we start with Milton, simply because the issue, the frontage issue is the more, and the road access are Milton
In
issues.
1960, that's the exact process. They went to Milton first, and then they went to Canton. All we're doing is taking the same lot that in 1960 both towns approved, and we're cutting it in half.
So I guess my feeling, and I'll see, gauge other board members, one of the most compelling reasons, and I think this was one of the reasons when you came to us before, was the fact that more land can be donated to DCR. And that seems to me a huge advantage of not having to buy the frontage. Because the way you get to it is going to be executed in the same fashion. So we're really looking at. So that seems to me a big advantage, but I'm very supportive of hearing what the neighbors, have to think about that. And Brian?
So I tend to be very pessimistic on using subdivisions when we have to give a bunch of waivers, especially when an A&R is a solution. So public benefit can get me over that hurdle. I think the public benefit of improving the roadway, especially for emergency access, is a definite public benefit. I actually have a very different opinion in some ways from Cheryl on the DCR. I mean, I think for me, taking property off the Milton tax rolls permanently could be argued either way. So I don't know if I think that's a public benefit or not. I'd have to process that some more. I would encourage, if there's such a significant amount of money that would be saved, I would consider some creativity here with potentially a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund as another significant public benefit. It would not have to certainly be significant along the 8 to 10 lot creation that we've talked about in the past.
Hope not.
But I think, some equitable percentage of that for a single lot creation could be an interesting public benefit that would certainly be not arguable.
Arthur and Susan did talk to me about all kinds of ideas, and I was kind of directing them towards things that would be related to the application. It's really up to the planning board what they feel would be
Well, and that's why I asked the
appropriate.
question that I asked.
I don't believe
because
they would exclude any possible.
That's why I
thing,
asked the question I asked. If you're creating another lot, arguably there's a logic to now making a donation to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. If the unit's not going to count, the argument becomes a little more difficult to make. But in any case, I would just encourage the applicant to be creative in coming up with public benefit.
I think the Murphys are willing to
It's
do.
that tiny little area.
I think we would like we'd like to know what the planning board thinks is a good idea, but we also want to know what the neighbors think is a good idea here. And then we would kind of, I hear what you're saying, I think they're open to all kinds of things, but we'll
And
see.
then another comment I would say is that, something that you pointed out, Marion, is the fact that with a subdivision, you can put conditions on it. With the A&R, we don't have that opportunity. And the conditions, I think, could be beneficial, here. We've talked a lot about some unique conditions in Milton in terms of subdivisions, and this is certainly one of the most unique, dividing the property into two different towns and the way the access is here. Other comments, April or Rich?
So I would just say, I think that I'd like to see the Murphys build a house for their child. I really want to know what the neighbors think, because as simple as it sounds, it's not that simple, because there's other implications here with this other property owner. So my perspective is I really want to help them proceed with this plan. But I want to know what the neighbors think the best course of action is. And I think they're very reasonable from what we've seen so far. So I think that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we agree with it. Murphy's would certainly agree with it. Yeah.
When did you say you were going to have a meeting, Marion? Do you have
As soon
one
as I
scheduled?
meet with you, then I thought they should go right to meeting with neighbors, because we really wouldn't be able to decide what to do until we heard some of the thoughts and ideas and concerns neighbors have. And I think they've already started to talk about it some. They sent something out, but.
So I would just be in touch with Lauren or Bill, and whenever would be appropriate to be on the agenda again, whether it's the new August 8th meeting or the 23rd, the next one after that, I think. To come back to us with an update.
Okay.
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 Thank you. Unless there's any other questions? or
No,
comments?
I know
Okay.
you're so busy tonight, and I do appreciate the fact that you've managed to squeeze this in, because we thought we would like to go and discuss it, but we did think that we ought to at least run it by the planning board first. So, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, as a
Would
neighbor.
you Please
will
come
there
up
be
to
a-
the microphone,
Yeah,
please,
sure.
and introduce yourself.
Peter Millington, 1431 Brush Hill Road. I'm just curious about the process. Will there be other opportunities for neighbors to discuss and
Yes.
this? Okay, so I'm not sure if this,
Right, so neighbors, it would be on the agenda whenever it's
Okay.
appropriate. The neighbors would have an opportunity to come speak to the board at that time, too.
not this meeting per se.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Denny, you're welcome to come back. All right, Brian, I think we're back
Okay.
to you, right?
So I'll jump to planning board term. This one's probably going to be the most surprising to anybody. I haven't had a chance to discuss it with everybody. I've had preliminary conversations over the years with different people about this. But for three primary reasons, I wanted to propose a potential reduction in the planning board members' terms to 3 years instead of 5. The three reasons are the first one is consistency. I'm pretty sure we're the only board in town that has a 5-year term. The selectmen are 3-year, the planning, the school committee is 3 years, town meeting is 3 years. So there's certainly a consistency in the 3-year. Now that the selectmen have gone to 5 members like us, again, there's a 5-member board with 3-year terms. So I think it just provides a consistency across the town boards. Secondly, I think it provides accountability. I did speak to Rick Neely about this, who's the chair of the Government Study Committee, just to get his feeling on it. And his feeling is he likes the idea of the accountability. Apparently, there had been some discussion of the Board of Selectmen about maybe going out to 5-year terms, so they didn't have to run all the time. And Rick Neely's reaction to that was, we want you to run all the time. That's part of keeping accountability on our elected board officials. The last one is frankly volunteering and recruiting. I think asking people to give up 5 years on a volunteering basis is a lot, and it becomes more complicated if they want to run for 2 terms, and now you're talking about a 10-year commitment. A decade is a long time to serve. There have been many members who have served 20 and 30 years on this committee. There have been a lot of others who have served 5. because they get to the end of the first term and they can't see a path to another 5 years. And so, and that's in the recent past. I'm not speaking to 1960, but in the recent past, there's been a blend. But there's really been a lot of not a lot of 2 and 3 year type members. It's been one and done or going forever. I also think it helps with recruiting. I think finding new members and having new voices and new opinions come to this board is so important to our town. And I think people are just intimidated by 5 years. So the idea of having the ability to go out and get more people to run, which contributes to accountability as well, I think is really important. The fact that in the last 5 years, I think there were 2 uncontested elections speaks volumes to the fact that people are just not really interested in stepping up. Compare that to the selectman race, which is always contested, and that's a 3-year position. And I don't think people are running for the $1,800 stipend. So I think there's a lot to be said for that, the time on the term. So I would love to hear your thoughts on this. It's a very simple amendment. It literally, and this has to be run by John Flynn. It is statutorily allowed. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81A, states that planning board members have to serve either a 3 or a 5 year term. So it's 3 or 5, and that's why it says 3. And I'd love to get your thoughts.
Yes, April?
So I ran uncontested, which always made me feel a little awkward. And I totally agree with you. I think 5 years is completely intimidating for someone. It's not just the length of the term, it's the intensity of the term. I mean, we meet every 2 weeks, and there's hundreds of pages of materials that you're going through constantly. It's a full-time job. So, I mean, I think this would be a good thing. I think it would cause more people who might not be very talented and have a lot to offer to consider it. So I'm very supportive. If you want to make this retroactive.
Yes, I will note that this is not retroactive. This would be effective in the calendar
Not that I love being here, but I'm getting a little tired.
And it is effective only in 2019, and that is not self-serving because I'm up next year. So I've done my 5. But in any case, I think it would not. I don't know that there's a mechanism to make it retroactive. You can ask Mr. Flynn.
I was just teasing. But anyway, I mean, I really support it. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, the only thing I could say on the other side is, I mean, there's definitely precedence for 5 years, like in other towns, but I can't disagree with anything you said. I mean, I think it would bring a lot more people. And what if somebody wants to serve, 6 years?
Right.
That's totally doable if you've got a 3 year term and you can get in.
And you can still serve 12 or 30.
You could.
There's no reason. Just to bring that to that point, so I have asked Lauren to find out for me what other towns have 3 and what other towns have 5, so that we would have that information for town meeting.
Oh, awesome. Great.
The other thing to point out is that some towns, the planning boards are appointed and some are elected. So I know, for example, Stoughton is appointed by the Board of Selectmen. So, that's a huge difference in terms of, accountability in some ways, right? But I know that when I ran more than once before I got a seat, but before I ran one other time, I really contemplated it because of personal situations, and it was probably a few phone calls that were the nudge to get me to do it, because I was really concerned about my those personal commitments that I had. And so 3 years would have probably been a different calculus, than 5. I mean, for some people, so in the same position. So that's where, and I've talked with other people who, are interested, who have skills and credentials, who could be very beneficial. And they, I say, why don't you run? And they say, oh God, I just don't know if I can put that time into it. It's not just the time, as April said, for individual meetings and month-to-month meetings, but that you actually have to do that for 5 years. So if you think about, and as you said, meetings every 2 months, well, what if your job starts to draw you away for longer and you only can miss one meeting when you have a public hearing going on that topic? So the combination of that with the term, then if you think your job's going to have you traveling a bit, that gives you pause too. So it restricts the number of people who consider running. I think Brian's right about that. So Any other thoughts? Denny?
So I
Yeah.
have the flip side of all of it, but I guess I'm the only one, but for the sake of debate, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I did look, I didn't look extensively, but I did look Canton. Can you hear me okay? Canton, Wellesley, Dedham, Quincy, Weston, Newton, Hopkinton, Concord, all have 5 years. But I stopped looking at that point. I'm sure there are plenty that have 3. I feel that 5-year terms encourages candidates who are willing to work on long-term projects. We have a lot of projects that come like Falcone. Like, that's not going to be, like, it's already been a year and where are we? So the length of the term made me think good and hard, and it was a big commitment, and I know what you're all saying about taking that plunge, but, you know, I was told at the time that one of the reasons that the planning board often has 5-year terms is to limit special interest power over candidates, over the board members. So I could understand that logic.
Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I don't
Well, it's the
understand
idea
it.
that you're not always running. So, you know, I'm my 2nd year in, I'm not thinking about who's going to vote for me. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the planning in front of me, as opposed to, I don't even know if I'm going to run in 3 years.
So it's the opposite argument of
it's the
accountability.
opposite. It's exactly the flip. So, but that allows me the room to really think with my head and my heart on every vote I take, and not be worried about any special interests, and not be worried about a one-shot deal. Like, I could run for something to get a project through and then opt out. You know, so I'm committed to the long haul, which I think long-term continuity is good for a lot of the projects that we deal with. You know, Carberry, you know, all these long projects that just take so long to get through the special permitting. So
Let me debate just one.
Yeah.
I'd love to have this be a dialogue on Carberry. I think that's a really interesting example, because Carberry, you went through a zoning process, and now a couple of years later, we'll go through a special permit process. I think it's really valuable that there are people on this board that didn't participate in the special permit process, because they can look at the application totally differently and totally with fresh eyes than with people who have sat here and basically negotiated the project from a zoning article. So again, flip argument, but I think, you know, the fresh perspective on these projects, that they go through zoning, and then they go through town meeting, and then they come to us for a special permit application. That in itself can take 4 or 5 years, but I think it's okay to have different eyes along the way. I think it might actually be valuable.
well, that's why it's good that we're always rotating. But like 333 Brush Hill, I would have loved to have known what happened 3 years ago before I was ever on the board, because I was like, how did we get here? What, you know, maybe we're here, maybe not. But
333, we had a bad actor. I mean, nothing was going to stop that. That was just a bad development.
But like, there were, you know, coming in midstream, for me was pretty wild. But I just think the institutional knowledge of the projects, and hopefully from the beginning to the end, which is the flip of what you're saying, understanding what was promised to the public at the public meetings, even when it might not have made it into the special permit, but I, you know, we know what the intentions were and what the goals were. So, you know, I'm willing to listen to the logic. I'm willing to see the debate happen on the floor, but I'm just on the other side of it. So
That's fair.
Yeah, just one more comment.
Yes.
I think where I might have flipped was if we started talking about the elected versus non-elected and appointed. I feel like this being an elected position, the fact that it would go to 3 years, if you want to run for the next 3 years and you're doing what the town wants you to do, they're going to elect you again. That's where I feel comfortable with this. I think I probably wouldn't be in the same position if it was an appointed, because I feel like the town should look at what you're doing over 3 years and say, hey, you know what, we might have made a mistake with this person or not. But 5 years could be bad for the town.
Do a lot in 5 years.
Yeah.
A lot of damage could be done in 5 years.
Yeah.
So I think there's that side too, where the town should get to look at how people are doing and make adjustments if they need.
All right, so Bill or Lauren, would you like to comment on this one?
Thank you.
They're very quiet.
Well, I do think that there will be a lot of debate and discussion on this, and so I think moving it forward, there's no harm in that, and we'll gauge the sentiment of the warrant committee and town meeting, and if issues are raised enough, we can always decide whether we want to
This
rethink.
also needs to go to.
I changed my mind.
Okay, this needs to go to Rick Neely's committee and Peter Mullen's committee for bylaw.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I do suggest the government study committee. I know that also was they were behind the alternate member last year. This would be right up their alley for
That's
looking
coming
at
next.
and reviewing it.
That's coming next.
That's a good suggestion, I like that too.
Yeah, government
Needs to go to
study.
government
Yep.
study for sure.
Okay,
And
So-
this one needs to go to Peter Mullen, is what I meant to say, traffic impact. So this needs to go to the bylaw.
okay, rather than,
It needs to go
did
to
you
John
say that?
Flynn, too.
Do you mean Peter
To
Mullen?
both.
Peter Mullen, what did I say?
Jimmy.
Oh, sorry, it's late. Peter Mullen.
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
Peter.
do you want to,
So I'll make a motion to move this forward into the process, submit this to the selectmen by the planning board for consideration on town warrant, and also to send it to Rick Neely and his committee, government study committee for review.
for the October 18 second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed or abstain? What would you like
So-
to do?
You're just voting to discuss it.
Yeah.
Okay,
You voting to move it forward or not?
yeah. Well, the
We'll
thing
have a
is,
we'll have a public hearing on it, and at that point, you can vote yes or no.
oh, okay, thank you.
And that's where you'd have not a unanimous or a 2 to 3 or a 4 to 1 or
That's what
whatever.
I want, okay.
That's where you would have that.
Okay, so
option.
I'm
Move
sorry.
it
so
forward.
You're voting to move
Onward.
it forward? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, yes?
I don't want you to call for an adjournment before I get.
No, we still have, we're not, I'm not.
More.
I'm trying,
Mary left.
all right,
This
wait.
next one
Joe's
is,
here too.
this next
But Joe-
one's, this next one's for Mary.
Yes.
This is very weird.
So I need you to not look at what was in your packet, because I talked to John Flynn right before this meeting. Could you call up that document that I sent you? I had to change the language based on the call with John Flynn, because I couldn't find the provision for this in the Massachusetts bylaws, and he had to point me out to it, which didn't happen until about 5 minutes before the meeting. So I have the new language. Essentially what this does is this creates what's called an associate member, which is allowed in Massachusetts bylaws. An associate member is effectively a substitute member. So if someone needs to recuse themselves, someone is absent, someone for whatever reason has a conflict, there's a vacancy on the board that hasn't been filled yet, the associate member is able to vote on special permits to fill in the gap so that you don't need a 4-0 vote, or if 2 people have to recuse themselves, you can actually get a 4-person vote when you're down 2 members on a 5-member board. It basically provides a safety net for the board to not have a problem with scheduling, to not have a problem with multiple conflicts, etc. This I think that the way I've changed it actually probably makes it more appealing. There were some problems with the way it was before, namely that it was a 3-year term, and it didn't feel very good to have someone getting onto the board as a three-year person and not be able to vote at every meeting. So this is in accordance with Massachusetts General Law 40A, Section 9, I think, that you're allowed to have the associate member. And essentially what this would allow for one associate member who shall be a resident of the town, shall be appointed by the planning board and the board of selectmen in joint session to serve for a term of 1 year. The chairman of the planning board may then designate the associate member to sit on the board for the purposes of acting on a special permit application in the case of absence, inability to act, or conflict of interest on the part of any member of the planning board, or in the event of a vacancy on the board. The appointment is actually how we would fill a vacancy if one of us needed to resign or something else happened, but we were unable to fill our position. The appointment happens in a joint session of the planning board and the selectmen. That's how we appoint a new member to the board if we're in between election cycles.
So this only applies to special permit?
This only applies to special
Not
permit.
site plan review?
That's another change that this is Massachusetts law, and it deals with that supermajority vote, right? Site plan review only requires 3.
right. Okay.
So that's the distinction
I see.
on a 5-member board. A board with more than 5 members, it can go up to 2 associate members, but it's still confined to that special permit, and it's all dealing with the supermajority. So that's
So
the
it's
difference
really addressing a hardship of
of scheduling.
that 4 out of 5.
Exactly. Or worse, if you have 2 conflicts, you now have a board that can't vote on a special permit. So if 2 people had a conflict, or 1 person had a conflict and 1 person missed 2 meetings, the chair now no longer has a
Well,
quorum for a special permit.
I'll just point out one thing quickly, Rich, is that sometimes when you have a special permit application that started, and then you have a turnover because of the election, then that person can't. Then you
Right.
can't miss anybody.
Right.
And we had a couple of very long ones. Thayer Nursery went for a long time when I couldn't vote on that one. I could comment on it, but I couldn't vote. And I think somebody
I
else
think
here.
there's 3 people on this board who had that issue when they first started.
Yeah,
I
really
didn't know
long.
what project it
So
was.
that's an interesting point, and maybe that means that it
That
should
means
be
everybody has to
for
be
a
every
term of
meeting
2 years instead of 1 year, so that you can get through that election cycle. Because I hadn't thought of that, so that might be an interesting, because depending on when you appointed them, or maybe the appointment happens mid-year or something, so that you don't have that election cycle problem.
That means you need the unanimous vote, then when one person can't vote because, or has to recuse himself for some other reason, you know.
But
like
again,
if
in a
direct vote or
situation
something.
like a special permit, if someone has to recuse themselves because they're in a butter or they have a financial interest, and then an election happens or someone gets sick,
Then you don't have enough people.
you don't have 4 people, and so you're out of luck. But I don't even. I'm not sure.
Then they have to
There's a
reapply.
statute, But what's that? You have to start.
They have to
over.
reapply, yeah.
So.
Sorry.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
So the only other thing I want to mention
even
is
know.
the appointment versus election. So first of all, I don't think anyone's going to run or be excited to run to be an alternate. If they, so that's part of why I wouldn't make it a voting. The second part is most likely what would happen is it would be first and second place, sort of like what just happened with the selectman race. So if you don't win the election, you get the booby prize of being the alternate. And I have a problem with that because if the town, if in a mandate election, if someone won by 80% and there's someone that ran and got overwhelmingly voted out by the town, they're still now effectively on the planning board, which I have a problem with, and I think that's a that's an issue. The fourth is, the third reason that I like it is because they're a joint appointment by planning board and board of selectmen, this alternate will very likely be a very moderate vote. They're being selected by 10 people who have their varying degrees of thinking, and they have all different opinions and perspectives. So likely the person that's going to get an appointment to this is going to be a pretty moderate, person who's going to vote based on the merits and.
It's a majority vote of those 2 bodies?
Correct.
Simple majority? Rich, you had a question or
Yeah,
comment?
so
I think
had-
so, Cheryl. That's defined in MGL. That's defined
Okay,
in
in the
MGL
law.
as to if it's a majority, supermajority, or unanimous. But I think I don't. So we'd have to get the answer to that.
Okay.
So I had a very defined, I think, questions or issues or about the language and the way it was written, but you struck all that out. So now I can't specifically speak to it, but what I'm still thinking that was in there, I guess I have a question on. And so the way that's written, I guess initially just read it a couple times real quick. Is this person, it's voted in when necessary or always voted in? They're there? Are they joining every meeting?
Good point. So this is statutory language. I didn't write this.
Okay.
I wrote the first version.
No, I get it.
This is statutory
Yeah.
language. The way I read the bylaw and the way this is supposed to read is that there is a person appointed.
Yep.
The chairman designates this person to sit in on meetings when there's a
needed.
vacancy.
Okay.
So there is no real obligation to go to every meeting.
A special permit.
Right, because
So
you
let
would have to go to every special permit application.
Okay.
Because if halfway through,
Yep.
right, halfway through a special permit
get it.
application,
They would have already
one of
had to have
us-
known they
one
had
of
to
us
be
goes
involved.
down with
Right.
pneumonia or something. That
So-
person's got to be appointed at that
You're
time.
gonna know if you're dealing with the special permit from your agenda.
No, understood, yeah.
If you have no special permit and it's all A&Rs and discussion,
Alternate gets
you
to
don't
stay
have to
home.
go.
All right. So let me tell you what my worry on the previous one, because I think it may still be there, but it may not be. So my worry there was it is a non-elected, and the way you just spoke about it, that makes total sense. But the way I read the language that you put in, and I think it could have been adjusted, but the way I read that language was this person would go to every meeting, they would take part in all the discussions, they wouldn't vote unless maybe somebody happened to be out. And my worry was, say there's, say you have been at every single meeting, you have a very defined position on something, you can't make August 8th that we just decided, well, let's have them vote instead of you just because you can't vote. That's what I was a little bit worried about. And they're not elected, and I find that an alternate, we would have to put some more language in there to make it worthwhile and make it more defined, but this doesn't sound like that's the issue anymore.
That language that's in red and highlighted in yellow is directly from the state statute.
Okay.
Right, that's why I put that in.
No, and I get
Once
it.
I got the statute, I was
Yeah.
I was relieved
Right.
because I didn't want to have to.
So my
create the
concern, though, you get my concern.
I do. I
and
totally
it's
get your concern.
Absolutely.
Irrelevant here.
But you-
Totally
As
get
it
The
says,
outcome,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
acting on special permit application.
Perfect.
Yeah, but I think
You don't
it's still a
get to do
concern.
that.
Well, yeah, because a special permit application, you can still have that issue, but my question is, so,
We're
all
just
right.
saying, can you can manipulate the outcome by scheduling it around someone who's going to vote no
Yeah,
and have the alternate vote yes?
so
I
let's,
don't
so,
think so, because I think it's, if you read the way it's in the case of absence, inability to act, or conflict of interest on the part of any member of the planning board.
it
So-
could be viewed, like, not saying that any future or now chair would ever, would do that, but my worry is that it's, hey, you know what, we're at the end of the year, we got the town meeting coming up, Denny can't join this meeting, and you know what, that
I
person's
mean,
been
that could
here,
happen
they'll
without,
take the vote.
that could happen without an alternate, right?
But the planning
Because you
board-
just vote without them.
I get it.
And the select.
You're probably not going to, in
Chose
my
this
opinion.
person.
Right, but then that person's getting chosen by the majority, so the minority person, they could just kind of edge the minority person out.
I just feel like in that
That's,
scenario.
that's the concern. I'm not saying, but that's what you want to protect against.
Yeah, so that, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying.
No, I had the
at-
same
At the end of the day,
question.
it's not a person that the town has gotten together and said, yes, we want that person in there. It's, I guess you could make the case that we are elected, the Board of Selectmen's elected, so they made the decision, you should still be okay. That's my,
Well, and then you also have the chair who, if other members had a concern about the member that was missing, they could bring that to the chair, and the chair could
Yeah, I
elect
mean, if
not to.
you've got-
so that was
not
the
to
language
seat
I would
that
have asked you to
person,
put
right?
in.
You've got a board
Yeah.
where you've got a majority vote in conspiracy with the chair, which probably has a public meeting law violation, all written all over it. But if you've got a situation where you've got a board voting, trying to maneuver the system to get a minority person out,
and I wasn't
You've
being
got
so,
issues
I wasn't
anyway.
looking so devious. What I was thinking is that you could tighten up your language, and it would have accommodated for that. My question here is, this is, what I'm hearing is a law, and this is what we're using, and it's just standard. Is this something that
I
we
don't
just?
wanna say that.
But is this you just adopt it, you have to, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
So if you have language you'd like to add, I would recommend you suggest it,
Okay.
and then we can ask John Flynn if it can be incorporated. I use the statutory language because
Okay.
I know it's safe, because it's from the statute. I don't think that means that we can't necessarily round the edges of it.
Okay.
So I think if you have suggestions for the next meeting
Okay.
in the process, then we should make sure that we run them by John Flynn and see if they're.
Yeah, because he might hear them and say, you know what, it's covered there, and I'd be fine
Or
with
he
that.
might say.
Or he might say, add it.
Yeah, your language is fine, and we
Okay.
might all agree with it, because I
Alright.
think your concern is valid.
Okay.
Yes, April.
So this came up when I first joined the board. We had a discussion about an alternate member, and I wasn't in favor of that at the time, probably for the same reason that you are questioning. I also thought, who would do this? But now we have some people in the audience to look to, possibly. And now sitting here and having the experience of going through the process, I find that I'm maybe less concerned about manipulating an outcome, even though I think it's definitely worthy of a discussion, continued discussion, but I support moving it forward. And I'm getting really tired.
Okay, so, Denny, yes?
So I'm sorry. But would the non-voting person be sitting in on all special permit discussions and participating in all special permit discussions, and then possibly not voting at the end because nobody recused themselves?
There's no need for it.
Right. But they're talking the whole time. They haven't been elected. They've been, where everybody else has been elected, but this one person hasn't, but they're participating as if they have been elected.
So do they participate, or do they just sit in the audience and listen?
Sounds like
They can sit at the table. I mean, that's different
That's another
places
good
have
point.
different
Yeah.
things.
I think you're allowed to structure that. So again, I think this is where I would love to have your suggestions to incorporate language
Yeah.
so that John Flynn can say, you can say if Denny wants to say they're non-participating members, but they can sit at the table and they can vote, John can say that's acceptable or that's not acceptable, and then we can discuss it. But I think we need that input so that we can give that language to John and he can opine on it, and we can bring that all up in the public hearing.
Yeah.
So I don't know the answer. I don't even know.
I don't- clearly
What
I
I
don't know
would
the answer
suggest even. So that's my question. So,
But if you don't mind,
Yeah.
for both of their concerns, why can't they just state what the concern is and see if John Flynn can respond without having language proposed?
That's a good idea. Okay, so would we just send that to you? Okay.
I mean, because I'm getting too tired to
So
have detailed notes.
I know. I'm not going to remember what I'm saying.
We have to leave, I guess, in 50 minutes?
They can be elected.
They can be, yes, they can be elected. That is
I will
possible
not
by
be in the
statute to have
same-
them be elected.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
proposing
not
to
even,
appointed.
I'm like,
So Brian, did
Barely
you look and
functioning.
see how many planning boards have this?
Lauren is looking into that for us as well, as part of the support note for it.
And as Bill mentioned earlier, this was something the Government Study Committee recommended previously. So
They
it,
brought this forward 6 years ago. It was right before I came on the board.
I'm sorry, Denny, I will come right back to you. It also would be worthwhile to have whatever language they develop for that recommendation. It would be good to see it.
All here. It's
Okay.
all included in here. That's what the italics
Okay.
is. That's all from Government Study Committee 6 years ago.
Okay, now Denny, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions about it, so I guess again, the question would be, is there enough thought that there's some merit to it, that it can move forward?
I haven't seen it as a problem. I've been on the board for a year and I've never seen it as a problem. But I think you guys saw something I didn't see before I got here, so.
Yeah, I mean, some of
'Cause I
the,
don't want to look for a solution to that.
I don't know. I mean, there hasn't been a specific example of it being, of reaching calamity level, but we've had to do 4-0 votes on special permits while I've been on the
well, I
board.
mean, the other thing is we've had to move
And we've
things on
had to
agendas.
move meetings around and
We
move
had to
agenda items
move
around.
meetings or move agenda items, like we've had to push something off on a special permit because we didn't have enough people there who could actually, you would lose too many people that, you need to vote, so then you have to move it. And so some things have taken a very long time to work their way through. In my tenure, I'm in my 4th year, so Brian and I have.
I'm not
sort of the
opposed
more-
in theory.
Yeah.
I think that it sounds like people are open to talking about it, so I think that maybe we can adjust the language.
Yeah, so I think your points are valid, and I think if we could get more clarity, if we can also get the thinking behind the Government Study Committees, I'm sure they discussed it. I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then, so I'm not opposed to moving it forward with all those caveats,
Yeah.
knowing that we might still pull it even
Right.
before. So,
because Denny, the points that you brought up about participation, I think are important.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm making a note on that to actually ask John Flynn so that I
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
potentially suggest some language for you based on his response. Because I agree, I'm not sure that there's not merit in just saying, yeah, you can listen in, and then if we need you to vote, you can vote, but maybe they
Right.
shouldn't be
But
part
they
of the
shouldn't-
dialogue the whole
yeah.
way through.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, just because, especially if they haven't been elected. If
Right.
they've been elected, it's a little bit different for me. But
No, I hear your position.
And, I mean, maybe we'll decide it should be elected instead of
I have
appointed. I
one
mean, we can discuss that further.
Yeah.
There
All
is a
right.
provision that says you can elect it, and if no one runs, then you can appoint it. So maybe that's the other way to do it.
yeah.
That's-
Because I do think it would be a good training tool to see if you
Right.
want to be.
That was one of the reasons, that was one of the government study
Yes.
committee's recommendations, was that it's a good training
Oh, I
recruiting
love
tool.
these.
That's the one thing I see.
Okay,
still
so
wanna
Brian,
look-
are you going to make a motion? I'm sorry, we have one,
No,
I know
that's it.
Bill's holding
Let's do it.
something up, we still have to do it. so-
Yep.
So, we can't go.
You're making a motion?
Well, I'm making a
Yeah.
motion to put this forward to the selectmen for consideration of the warrant for October 2018 town meeting. It will also be sent to John Flynn and for Government Study Commission Committee for consideration and review.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay.
Make it quick.
Yes.
In your packet are two letters, both from Kevin Walker to the Historical Commission. Mr. Walker sent me copies, he sent them to Steve O'Donnell and the Historic Commission. He asked me to send it to the Planning Board. Knowing Mr. Walker's desire to, every time an email goes out, to ask for the emails of everything that went out, I didn't send it by email to you, because that would put you into the string of emails that he would then put a Freedom of Information Act on, and you would have to give your emails back. So I told him I would hand deliver the hard copies to you. I have done that. As soon as that got done, he sent over a Freedom of Information for the discussion that I have had by email for the peer review consultants. He did the same thing for the Conservation Commission. He did the same thing for Shade Tree Committee. Every committee, anything that has to do with it, he puts the Freedom of Information, and it hits all the people that are in the email chain. I did not put you in the email chain. I gave you this. I did talk to Mr. Flynn about it, and his comment was, if he wants to take and send you an email, he can pick your email off of the planning board's website and he can send it to you. I shouldn't be his middleman giving it to you, tripping up that I then have to provide emails for every single thing that I've done. So I didn't. If he wants to give us hard copies, I will deliver the hard copies, but I did try to keep you out of the email Freedom of Information Act that he likes to request. By doing this, he requested everybody on the Historical Commission, anything that has to do with Carberry, he gets their emails. So, you know it's coming, it's there, here is his two letters.
Okay, Bill, lastly, we did not discuss and approve the peer review consultants. I know that's only...
Do it on the 8th. I actually had a talk with Chase just before I got here and after Traffic Commission, and he would prefer to give you more, not less, members. When I asked John for it, John gave me one to do both. Chase would like to give you 3 and have you, or either you or the applicant choose from that list.
Okay.
So was an RFP put out?
No, it's coming from engineering. I asked John for it. I asked John for a name or names of peer review consultants for stormwater and traffic. John sent me back an email yesterday that said he would like to use Stantec to do stormwater and traffic because they could do both. Chase thought about it and Chase said I'd rather give 3 names. So
what's the value of those contracts? Over $10,000?
we don't pay it. It's not coming to us. It's being paid directly by the applicant.
So sometimes
It's a peer review.
But they don't send the money to us that we more than a
Pay direct.
No, we send
I
it.
thought that was illegal. I'm pretty sure that is illegal.
No, you're right.
Under 53G,
They can't
we
pay
could
the
accept it.
contractor directly.
We can pay them, but
Well, there might be a procurement application.
it's under $50,000. So it's just
The threshold.
pick 3.
But anyway, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.